Howdy. How's it going, everybody? All right. Welcome to the After Chat. So, what's our goal in the After Chat? Well, it's to help you get on the air. Last week, I got some feedback that I got a little too hard into the paint with the ham radio. It wasn't a question. I think it was when I was going live CW, and I was getting mad that somebody was calling me before I got a chance to call CQ. Now, first and foremost, because of that, I think all questions will be answered in the form of a salty answer from me this week. I found that I really, really liked it to be able to vent that. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, I didn't want to come across that way. But I'm very new to Morse code, so if you hit me with like the crazy things that I don't expect, I'm not going to be able to answer anything. So anyway, if you were offended last week when I got to that particular part of the show, my apologies. That was not my intention. Anyway, the After Chat is all about helping you all get on the air as easily and as quickly. Oh, interesting. It's saying my bit rate is too low. That's why you're getting the pixelation. Why would it be? It should be like 8,000. Let's just bump that way up. Let's see how quickly we can shock the... Yeah, let's just set it to 62. I think that's the sweet spot, right? Let's see what happens. All right, should be fine. I never did get a WinLink to work like I did. Oh, so... North, hang out. Okay, so, by the way, that's a really good time to talk about some of this stuff. I am happy. We're all happy to help you answer, like, almost any question. But if it comes down to, like, IT and it starts turning into this, like, well, did you click this? 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 Click this? That turns into a bit of a, like, deep dive where... Good news, we've got the Discord. The Discord has a hashtag ham-help. That is the place for a lot of those questions. If we got to go hardcore IT on your butt, then that's the place for that. But FYI, it doesn't matter. We'll try and help you at least get the ball rolling tonight on the air. If you haven't already, join us in the Discord. The link is in the description. That's the fastest way to talk to us directly. And literally, we want to talk to you because a lot of questions, almost all of them, I say, and what is your budget, right? Or what did you want to do with this radio? What do you plan on doing in your ham radio adventure? And so that's why I kind of need you on the Discord, particularly if you have a question, which is exactly what I want you to do. So let's go say hi to our friends in the Discord. Let me scroll down here and see who's all up ins today. Looks like we got a good crew, a lively crew.
Sitting here in Fullerton. I heard something about Fullerton. What's going on?
Howdy. Hello, everybody.
Who's in Fullerton? You made it.
I did. I am here. How's it going?
And this,
Great, Josh. Great.
and the stuff's going out over YouTube too.
It is.
Man crush has been fulfilled.
Very good. Yeah, I had a couple of things I wanted to hit in the beginning there, but thanks everybody for hanging out. Do we have our international correspondent, K at MRD? Is he in the chat? I didn't see him. I was hoping he might hop in.
Haven't heard him yet.
Oh, dang. All right. Well, we'll catch up with him if he hops on. But he's back from his trip to Italy, and I kind of wanted to hear what was the news. So Anyway, all right. So the after chat again, as we mentioned last week, we had George from Pactena and from Ham Radio Workbench on, so we couldn't do what we normally traditionally do. We kind of focused on helping out, or getting to George's questions. Everybody who had questions for George first. But this is the kind of open mic segment of the show where we just pass it to you, dear listener, dear person on the Discord. If this is your first time to our Discord and you want to say hi, and or you can do one or the other or both and ask a question, now is the time. So if there's anybody who'd like to step forward and be the first one to break the ice, go ahead and say hi.
I'll do it.
Hey,
I'm a KE6WOB.
I like the enthusiasm. Mark Hughes, go for it.
Hey, actually, I emailed you earlier today, and I just found your Discord, so nice to meet you. Here's my question.
Okay.
Is there any audio standard for TRRS, like the Digirig, or anything like that, to go to the 11 millimeter spaced, like the Kenwood type thing?
No. I mean, I guess yes, if you're talking like a Baofeng standard. So generally, Baofengs and Kenwoods and anybody that adopts that standard are using the same pinouts generally. But do you want to know what it is? Is that what you're asking for, the pinout?
Not necessarily. I can always look it up, but I've come up with lots of different answers. So I was just kind of hoping there was a standard rather than a random assemblage of data sheet.
Well, welcome to Ham Radio. There is no standard because everybody makes their own product and they decide to do whatever they want at any time. From my experience, though, with Kenwood products that use that connector and Baofengs and some other radios that use the same connector, they generally work the same.
All right. Good to know. Well, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, if you go with like a FTDI programming cable, I've had good experience plugging those into just about any radio that has that Kenwood style connector.
Cool. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, it would be nice if we standardized some of this stuff. Jeez, but where's my standards? What do we do? How do we do it on the
The 15th standard, of course.
Do I do exclamation point, or what do we do to get the standards to pop up? Anyway, doesn't matter. Somebody will get it. There it is.
Ian found it.
So let me show you. This is obviously what we mean when we think standards. When anyone says about standards, that's what we assume is we now have this scenario. So
Smitty over at Halibut's been trying to lead that charge for the last year or so, but he's having as much luck as anybody in this hobby.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I heard him say that Elecraft and Flex actually are listening, but they didn't say anything.
Right. Hey, I want to give a quick shout out. We're doing a 300,000 subscriber giveaway. Yes, I am giving away some big boy radios, an ICOM 705, a Yaesu FTDX10, a Moby-linked TNC4, which I think is super cool. I got an extra one, and I was like, what the hell? We'll give it away. And we're going to give away a PowerFilm solar panel. At least one. I haven't decided yet how we're going to do the other one. So, boy howdy, link is in the description to join the giveaway. I should have all the stuff sorted out. And if you're watching this after show, this after stream, then the secret word has changed. The secret word has changed. So I'll just tell you that right now. It's a different secret word. And yes, I am tracking I see the date and time that people actually apply and join the giveaway. So what is the secret word for this show? It's spoopy. Spoopy is the secret word. Couldn't use this on the Halloween show.
Can you spell?
Spoopy. SPOOPY. Spoopy.
Spooky. Okay.
In fact, I'll bring that way up and then I'll drag it down here. That's probably easier for everybody. There you go.
And when is it going to be whip grease?
Oh, whip grease is probably going to be in there because we got some time between now and December. So You got to have the secret word for the day that I'm live. Otherwise, no bueno. We'll cut you out. I've got a date range calculator and script to do all the work.
You also have to use that tape that you guys use.
What's that?
Waterproof tape thing that you always talk about for sealing stuff up.
Me? I talk about waterproof tape? Do I talk about waterproof tape?
Is it flex sealed?
No.
I like
It's like
gaffer's tape.
Self-healing
Self-amalgamating
tape.
tape. No, I like gaffer's tape, but that's for video stuff. Self-amalgamating tape we use for coax wrap. That's important stuff. But
yeah, F4
right.
tape's what we call it in the biz.
Yeah, so all right, let's go back to our new Discord chatting friends. Anybody who is here in the Discord for the first time that would like to say hi and or ask a question, come now. We had that wonderful ice breaking, and now we need somebody to follow it up with their next question.
Contact.
Go ahead, Contact.
Man Crush from Canada.
Japes. Is it Japes? VA7NMD. Go for it.
Roger. Jonathan from Canada. You and Jerry were actually the cause for my entrance into the ham radio. Over.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to be in such a good group. Jerry was an amazing person, and I miss him terribly.
Roger. It's taken me a while, but I saw your work, so I thought I would come in. Anyhow, I just wanted to make sure that your YL is okay with shipping that radio to Canada, and we will see you on the next go-round.
I think we're okay, but please make sure you read the rules for the joining the giveaway. I am not sure what she decided on shipping.
I'm a ham operator. I don't read the rules.
Right. This is not a manual. This is a legally binding giveaway contract legalese, blah, 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 that I have to do. I am told that I am a large enough YouTuber that I have to have some level of responsibility.
Regardless, like the work that you're doing, keep it up. Bravo Zulu from Canada. Over.
It sounds like I'm seeing in the chat that my fact checkers are saying that my wife has decided to make it United States residents only. If that is the case, I will figure out something else. We'll do another giveaway in the future where I will make it. I'll make something international. The problem is probably the FTDX10. That is a really expensive radio to ship because not only do I have to put in insurance on it, but I've also got to deal with the hugeness.
If we come down and pick it up and save you the shipping, will you sign my chest with a Sharpie?
Bodhisattva, nothing changed except for the appropriate date. So if it was international before, then it's still international. Anyway, whatever the rules are, I didn't change the rules on the main sheet. So if it's international, that's what it is. Let's see. Continental? No?
Maybe we'll just have to come pick it up.
Oh, no, it's right in the top. It says open to United States residents only. It's right there. That's been like that from the top, right in the beginning.
We'll come pick it up then.
Okay. All right. I that might work. That might work.
And then sign the chest with a Sharpie. Over.
Sign the chest. Yeah, if you go get it tattooed, though, that's the requirement.
Yeah, I know there are some issues with Hawaii and Alaska because Eric is always complaining about it.
Eric,
Hamstick Eric. Yeah, Hamstick Eric.
Oh, got it.
Kilo Hotel.
All right. Okay, who's next? Hello, everybody in the chat, but we're looking for the Discord users that are here for the first time that would like to say hi or ask a question. Go ahead. No cash equivalent because I literally had to buy the radios. So I have them in my control. So no. By the way, guys, the radio companies that a lot of them that you work with, you go buy them. You can't be like, yeah, it doesn't work that way. So, sorry. Okay. Question or anyone in the chat that'd like to say hi or ask a question, go ahead.
Comment.
Go ahead, comment.
I've been watching for a little over a year now. I've been a general since 1991, and after watching your show and watching your videos, I finally upgraded to extra last Monday with HRCC group.
Hey! All right, I heard most of that. You started roboting a little bit. You might be like losing cell phone signal, but I got the gist of it that you said you've been a ham for a really long time. You've upgraded to general, and you use the HRCC VE team to do it. That is super awesome. That is awesome. Congratulations. And do you already own some HF radios, or what's going to be your first HF radio you buy?
I was already a general. I upgraded to
extra. Sorry,
I've
extra.
been a general since 1991. And
Got it.
I have a Yaesu FT710 is what I'm running.
FT. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Well, congratulations on that extra. Sorry, I screwed that up. But yeah, well, thanks for joining us out here on the Discord. Do you have any questions or anything, or you just wanted to say hi?
Negative. I just wanted to thank you for, like I said, I watched your videos and been watching the YouTubes, and the HRCC testing group was really a great group.
They are the best VE team in the biz from my experience. So yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for the feedback too. All right, who's next? Anybody who would like to say hi or ask a question? First timers here into the Discord.
First timer question.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, Hosh, how's the antenna situation at home, and would you have changed anything? I've been following your channel for some time.
Yeah.
And I noticed the step IR was 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Just any changes, and more for being able to support adding anything so that my YL is okay with it.
I don't know if is Brooks in the Discord, or is he just on the YouTube? But I just talked to Brooks today about the step IR, or was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday. God, man, my days are running together. There's too much going on. So one, I would not change anything about the step IR. I absolutely love it. The two things I would potentially change are just moving. Move to an area that is
Right.
that is quiet, that is RFI quiet. I realize that at the age that I am, and with family and whatnot and kids, being in a good school district is probably better for my longevity than having an RFI quiet location. So the RFI quiet location will come in time. Two, get it up higher somehow. That was always my issue from day one, is that I just don't have a good space to put a telescoping mast, which would likely be the way to go. By the way, everybody that's watching me right now, for all you that live in the suburbs, telescoping masts are probably going to be your friend in a lot of situations like these. Like me, that live in a shoebox like plot of land. I have 5,000 square feet. That's my plot of land for my home. Tiny little shoebox of a home. For you folks, telescoping masts are going to be the way to go, because at the end, every so often you can lower it so your neighbors go, oh, good. If it ever falls over, I won't die. But you can get that height. 50 feet would probably be the sweet spot for me. I'd be really happy with that. I know John Amadeo's probably, I don't think he watches the after chats, but he does listen to the podcast, and he tried to get me to come get his telescoping mast. I wanted John Amadeo's telescoping mast so badly, but my wife said, nope, there's nowhere to put it. I can't get it home. Can't put it anywhere. So, yeah. So, yeah, that would be my thing, is get it as high up as you can, because that solves a couple of problems, right? Getting your antenna high up actually solves your RFI problems to a degree, believe it or not, because a lot of times RFI is a proximity thing, particularly with, pulse width modulators and whatnot for LED lamps and all those cheap Chinesium chargers and all that stuff. If you can get away from that and you get good attenuation along the line as far as chokes and everything else, you generally will do okay. My problem with noise is generally because it's so close to the ground, it picks up all the crap, all the garbage. It really needs to get up in the air. And then second, and I can't get around this because, again, I have a small lot, is I would like to have just some big antenna. I want some big wire antennas. I want a big sky loop. I want a big long end fed. A sky loop would be my dream. If I could put up a big 80-meter sky loop, would be perfect, but I just don't have the space for it, so it's just not in the cards right now. The best I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to have a short 80-meter end fed that I'll be putting up here shortly, that I'll be making a video about, and we'll be talking about kind of how to make it work on a small lot like I have.
Have you ever thought of remoting to your dad's location?
The problem with my dad's location is he has a ton of RFI, like a ridiculous amount of RFI, and I don't know why.
I know for a fact them radio waves is harmful.
Hey, Jay Drabble, thank you for playing some. we got a Twitch audio drop there. Thank you for dropping your bits on that. Thanks for that. My dad's place is also really badly RFI shielded, and he does not have a very good property either. He has a lot of land. Well, I take that back. He has more land than me. A lot is relative, but it's clogged with trees, and getting a wire really high up in our areas with those really dense trees is kind of difficult. So that is not out of the cards, Don. It has definitely been one of those late night keeping me up at night thinking about what to do. Because I could technically put the Hermes up there. Obviously, Flex would be an option. It wouldn't be that difficult for me to do it. I would just have to do it.
Right. Yeah, because I did that with my Flex. My Flex is at my sister's house, but she's about 2 to 3 dB less noise than I am. So
yeah,
it made a difference.
Sure. At my dad's place, the other problem is that there's a lot of people that hike and do off-roading around in my dad's area. And if I put up a wire, I'd have to make sure that I got it well up high enough and I got it out of the way of all of that. Because there's people that do like little bushcrafty hikes and all that, business out there. So it's kind of a...
Yeah, I have to deal with lawnmowers, so I have to keep everything off the ground, but I was able to do that with the privacy fence and the mast that I stuck up in her house.
Yeah, right on. Good question.
What about in the hills up above, like Hacienda Heights, La Habra Heights, where it breaks into the valleys and you can still see out to the ocean?
My dad's in Big Bear.
No, I'm just saying, if that's not a good spot, what about somewhere closer to home, like up in the hills above your home?
But I'm in Cerritos.
Yeah, you have to know somebody there.
Yeah, do you have somebody in mind? Can I come to your house and set up some? What are you offering? What are we doing here?
I thought that's what he was offering there.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, Josh, how about 60 feet in Canada, West Coast Canada?
There you go.
You guys are joking, but I'm the net controller for La Habra Heights Firewatch. We've got 8 or 9 repeater stations around the heights.
Yeah, but what about HF equipment? Like, can we cram something in there? Will they be all shocked if a huge wire antenna goes up?
We'd have to check with the property owner, because these are all at private properties, but I'm sure somebody would be okay with it.
La Habra Heights.
Score!
I'm like literally not.
Damn, I'll jump on that from Canada.
You made
I'll
Josh
jump in on that.
speechless. That does not happen very often.
Yeah, I'm not far from you, so like that's interesting. So yeah, let's. That'd be curious to figure something out. Are you related to the La Habra Club, or what's your connection to that area?
So, just the Firewatch. So there is a La Habra Heights repeater. I forget what the frequency is, but it's pretty much dead. Nobody uses it. But we just have a small collection of people who try to look out for one another. Mm-hmm. When the power goes out, deliver generators. We're not fighting fires. We're just trying to, we can help evacuate horses and that kind of crap.
Do you work with Gordo? Do you work with Gordo on Fire? Because he's Firewatch too.
I would only know him by his station ID number. We don't use names.
Hey,
Gordon West? Oh, I don't know his Firewatch station, but Gordon West, he's involved in Firewatch.
It's not ringing a bell, but I don't know half the people's names. I just know numbers.
Hey, Mark, do you know Mikey Solet or Fred Milam?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Mikey is way too smart for an 18-year-old.
Yes, he is. He's a parking enforcement for Whittier Police Department.
Oh my gosh, Whittier PD! Yeah. I used to live in Whittier.
Oh,
what
wow!
Is happening? Wow, the whacker community is coming together, guys. Here we go. Let's put the amber lights on the roof. Let's get this done. Let's do it. I love it.
I was Mikey's character reference for that job.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's hilarious. I've known Mikey for a long time, as well as Fred.
Yeah, for people who don't know what we're talking about, Mikey is just out of high school. He's really, really young looking, but he is smarter than anybody in this chat. I'll just say it. He's really good. He better do something more with his life than parking enforcement.
So, Smoking Ape, shout out to Smoking Ape. By the way, Ape, join us in the Discord. You know how it works. Cart Narcs is one of the best TikTok channels ever. Cart Narcs. If you have not watched Cart Narcs, you need to. If you don't have a TikTok, you should just download it for that man alone.
Those guys are on the radio too, and here in LA.
Cart Narcs is the best. My ex is from Whittier, so is many of my ex-girlfriends are from Whittier because that's where I grew up. But yeah. Oh, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Shoot me a DM. Let's chat. At the very least, so what do you operate for repeaters? Are they all VHF, UHF? What do you do?
They're all UHF, but
okay.
They've got, but that doesn't really matter. I've also got sitting in my office right now that hasn't been hooked up in 2 years. A 2 meter voice and a 70 centimeter data that are just sitting there. Mm-hmm. But we've got rack space at some of these properties, so we just need somebody who's willing to let you run a wire and an internet connection, and you can run remote.
Is this all? Is this all your repeater system? Is it all ham radio, or what frequency sets are you using? It's a ham radio frequencies, right?
No. So just because it's difficult to get everybody licensed on ham, we've got a commercial license, and everybody's licensed under the station. So I'd have to look, like it's either 462. With a +5 offset, or 467 with a -5 offset. I don't know. It's been in my radio so long.
Are you guys running digital, or is it FM?
FM, narrowband FM.
Okay, interesting. Okay, cool.
Jody with the link in the Discord.
Oh, he dropped Jody. Jody knows what's up. Jody's the fastest, man. Jody already found your repeater, and he's dropping the links for you. So right on, cool. Yeah, let's chat. I don't know that I mean I know my. I don't know you, no offense, but like I could put a radio in my dad's place and throw a wire up in a tree. I'd have to do something special to put like some kind of network equipment into a space, and then figure out how to remote it. And I'm hogging on your internet or whomever the owner of the shack spot is. Like, you know, that's asking a lot. So, but let's talk regardless. Maybe I'll be able to work something out fun.
I emailed. Can you Arden that, Josh? Can you Arden network that, Josh?
See, that was something I was thinking about, is maybe we don't do HF. Maybe we think about how we can improve the Arden network with that. That might be interesting. Because
if you got an internet connection up there, though, HF is definitely a possibility.
Well, sure, but, you know, okay, yes. But, okay, just so everybody understands, I could pull up a topographic map. La Habra Heights is kind of at a spot that hits a lot of the suburbs of the South Bay, the LA, even down to the beach cities area, and an Arden mesh setup that was just high enough, not like Mount Wilson high, but just high enough to get better propagation would do pretty well.
Yeah, and stick a couple of cameras up there high.
Yeah, exactly. So Grayman's. So there you go, guys. If you want a remote capability, this is friends prices he's giving me. He's going to charge you more, of course. For $350 a month, he'll let you remote into the Flex. I'm kidding. Don't pay anybody for that. Don't pay. That's too expensive. All right.
Is that Canadian or U.S.?
It's got to be. I don't know. Pesos probably more than anything.
That's RHR prices. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said
Oh no. All right. So everybody new on the Discord that's here for the first time that'd like to say hi or ask a question. We want new ham questions. We want to help out the new hams. Go ahead. See, we got two in the weeds now. We scared out all the new hams. They're gone. By the way, if you're a new ham and you're on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, and you're you're just ham curious, drop your questions. We'll see them in the chat, and I'll make sure we get to them. All right, I'll open it up then to saying hi to my YouTube friends. Who do we have? I don't know. I saw it was actually pretty light. We got Grayman POTA, I think. Oh no, sorry, Frank's first. I saw Frank.
Yeah.
No, wait. I take that back. I'm gonna give the shout out. We're gonna go to Evan, TikTok royalty, TikTok ham radio creator. Go for it, Evan. How you doing, man? What have you been up to?
I'm good. I'll keep this short, like the video format. Let's see. So I've been doing a few different things. I've been testing some stuff for Rig Experts. So I've done a couple of videos on that. That's been fun. Work's been keeping me really busy. The day job has. So I'm averaging about a video a week, which is pretty light for me. So working to get back into it. So
those are rookie
I've got
numbers.
a whole.
You got to bump up those numbers,
right?
kid.
I know. So I've got a whole list of ideas and stuff in my notes of things that I need to do. So just a matter of getting back on the grind. So I do appreciate the shout out, and if anyone is curious to see what I do, and for those of you who don't TikTok, I also use Instagram Reels. I cross post as much as possible, but I don't have as much video length there. They cap me at 90 seconds, and a lot of my videos are
you doing
close to 2 minutes or so.
Are you doing shorts on YouTube yet?
I am cross-posting some to shorts, but it takes a lot longer to upload. Again, there's a cap. If you want it in the vertical format, it's not going to look janky. It's just kind of limited. So I'm cross-posting when it makes sense.
What's the cap on YouTube Shorts? Is it 60 seconds?
I think it's a minute. Yeah, because that's the problem I run into.
I hate it.
Yeah, the way I'm set up on TikTok, I actually get incentivized to go over 1 minute videos. They actually incentivize me to do that, and I take full advantage of it. Most of my videos are between 2 and 5 minutes. I can go up to 10, but then that breaks what I can do with the other platforms. I have to chop it down a lot, or say put in the comments full video posted at my link tree or whatever.
Interesting.
So so I'm still trying to figure that out. But TikTok's still my largest platform there. It grows faster than the other ones. It's just been it's been good to me. So we'll keep cross posting as needed, but all the good stuff's on the clock out for me.
I like TikTok. As far as verticals though, man. The vertical orientation apps, TikTok is probably the best. Reels is okay, and Reels, man, you got to give me the same time as TikTok, because it's actually really hard for me to condense a ham radio video down to 3 minutes. There's just too much content in most videos to make something usable down to a minute. It's all just super smooth brain video at 1 minute.
It makes me feel better that you're having the same issue, because for me it's about 2 to 4 minutes is kind of my sweet spot. To actually communicate a useful idea that's not just some goofy meme. And that's a struggle with Instagram Reels. So I don't know, maybe it'll get better, but that's what's killing me on that.
You could totally goofy meme, and actually those are probably your best bet for YouTube Shorts and Instagram and TikTok. You'll do the best if you just stick to goofy memes. But if you ever try to convey information to somebody, trying to do a ham radio video in a minute, try it, everybody, is very difficult. And my trick, here's my superpower. Record everything in 4K. Then you can easily go vertical 1080p without any quality loss. Did you know that?
I did know that, and I have been shooting in 4K mostly so I can downsample it to 2, and it still tends to retain a lot more detail over 1080, because I think Instagram Reels seems to go a little bit better than 1080. At least it looks like it is.
It's like 1440 or something, I think.
Yeah, it's a weird one. So, but yeah, that's where I'm at. I've got a whole list of ideas. Just need some more time for execution. But I'm staying pretty strong at about 1 to 2 videos a week over there. And if anyone's curious, amateursandairwaves.com takes you to my link tree, so you can choose whatever platform you want to engage with me on. So appreciate it, Josh.
Yeah, love it. I'm going to take a question really fast, because if I don't answer it now, I'm not going to get to it. Jeff Hark asks, new question, how do you power a mobile in an EV, like an Ioniq 5? And how do I do it in the Lightning? So almost all EVs have to have a 12-volt accessory battery, and that 12-volt accessory battery is a car battery. Most car manufacturers that make EVs are going off of sleds or lead acid batteries, and they're going into AGM batteries. AGM batteries are generally better for kind of like long duration draws than the high intensity cranking power needed from an automotive battery. You don't need that in an EV. You need something that has like a slow, progressive, but steady return for that power. So most EVs have a 12-volt AGM battery in them now, like my Lightning. What I did, you can go watch my video, my VHF UHF installation video, ran the wires through the firewall, that the battery is in the front trunk, and just plugged it in like you would any other mobile radio. It's the same process because it's the same 12-volt infrastructure, basically. Now, if you ask me like what I do if I'm doing like a POTA or I'm going to like use my vehicle like as an antenna mast, because I do that a lot with the rollover mast plate from Chameleon. I'll set up the mast, the antenna, and all that stuff. I'll run off the tailgate of my truck, and my truck happens to have a power plug system, not just for 110, but it also do 220, 240 actually. 240 30 amp is the largest it'll do, which is pretty crazy. I can run a full legal limit amplifier out of the back of my EV truck, which I've done, and it's super cool. So there you go. Hope I answered that question. All right, next YouTuber to say hi to is Frank. How's it going, Frank?
Oh, good evening, Josh. Everything's going great. I actually have a premiere coming out tomorrow, 1:30 Pacific time. That is 9:30 p.m. UTC. So I have that coming out, and I'm hoping to have another couple videos out, more POTA stuff over the next few weeks. I've been very busy at my local POTA park that I got put on the map, and I'm leaderboard, if you will, #1 spot with 430 contacts there to date, and it's only been activated like 5 times now.
Oh wow!
So I've been very busy up there. It's a 15-minute drive over the hill from my QTH. So it's, I get home, instead of going to sleep, I go over the hill, I play POTA for a little bit, I come home, I go to bed or do whatever.
Let me add real quick. I would love everybody that's watching me right now, and it's something that I'm starting to hit on, is find your home park. Figure out what your home POTA park is, and then test out all your equipment there. Get on the air from there as many times as you can. That's your home base, and then everything else is just like an adventure spot. But find that home park. It sounds like you got a good one at like, what'd you say, 15 minutes? That's awesome.
Yeah. Literal 15-minute drive up over the hill. I live about 380 feet above sea level. The hill's 1,200 feet up, and you dive back down to about 600 feet above sea level. It's the north end of Lake Sonoma, and I'm the one that got the stuff put together for the state coordinator for POTA for California, and they got it worked out and got it on the map. So it's not only my home park, it's one of the handful of parks that I submitted to POTA for a POTA entity. So I'm having fun with that, and Josh, you're absolutely right. Find a home park and have fun at it. Get out there and have fun at it. I do have, Josh, am I okay talking about Patreon here?
We'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just started up a Patreon for my page as well, under my call sign. Links are on my YouTube, so there you have it. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, so I'm across all 3 platforms. But my biggest thing is tomorrow at 1:30 Pacific time, video coming out, and then I'm hoping, I haven't heard back from Scout 75 yet, but I'm hoping to get on the Ham Radio Clubhouse Tuesday night video clips in the coming weeks. Cool. Other than that, that's about it for me.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate you coming out and helping to answer questions for folks. So very good. Thank you. All right, who's next? Do we have any other YouTubers in the house we can throw to say hi? Looks like we hit everybody. I think everybody's out busy this weekend.
Yeah, no, I was on Kyle's channel this week, but
do you want to talk about that, Don? Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can throw people to it.
I can drop the link. I'll drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, go
we
ahead.
were talking about Flex Radio profiles.
You were talking about Flex Radio? No way, Don.
Wow, imagine.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I've got this nice Hermes light here.
Yeah,
let me top up my drink.
So let me ask you a question then. What has been, now that you've pretty much played with the best and best of radio, right? What's been your favorite so far that you would point people towards if they had to dive in now?
I mean, this may or may not surprise anybody, but I really like the Anons. Unfortunately, the one that I have, they don't make anymore, but I'm hearing good things from the new one.
Okay.
The other one is, I would say that anybody that's ever even thought about trying radios like this, go get a Hermes Light, play around with it, and see if you like the experience. Because that is, I still to this day, every day I use my Hermes. And it is very, very much like my Anon. The Anon has some huge features over the Hermes, obviously, but the Hermes is every bit as good audio-wise and receiver sensitivity-wise and everything else. The features that I'm talking about are things that people with that don't have noise floors like I do would not necessarily need.
Yeah.
And just to try out the radio and see if you like it, or this kind of radio, for $300 all in, you are right at $400.
Yeah.
You can
a little bit over $400 with
yeah,
shipping.
yeah, and obviously all the other paraphernalia you need.
Well, and there's a little bit of work that goes into getting it in the enclosure and all that, but that's not a big a deal. And I noticed today, or not today, I think it was yesterday on X, that a one Mr. Smokin' Ape has joined the Hermes Light crew. Have you seen that?
Yeah, he's had his for a while.
Oh, he has? I saw the picture
Chuck
of it.
has one too.
I like
Chuck
it.
just got it. Yeah.
But I think you're totally right that, by the way, you can go watch my live stream on the Hermes Light. We talked about it. We got it all set up and did the whole thing. And Don was very active in that. So the reality is I think everything that Don said is 100% accurate. You get some of the best audio quality you can on these SDRs. They sound fantastic. And they're actually really, really good receivers as well. The downside, and I'm of two minds. I'm a man apart. I'm a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I'm a Dr. Jekyll in the fact that, like, when I'm in the ham shack, I want to use my 7610. I want to connect it to the computer, and I want to, mess around, remote into it, and do all that stuff. So for me, a Flex radio, a Hermes, all that stuff is great. Like, I'm fine playing around with SDRs, but an SDR means you lose all the knobs and dials. There's none of that stuff. You're going to use software to mess with that. I know you can buy like DJ equipment that replaces some of that, Don. But
the Maestro. But yeah, go on.
Oh, the Maestro, sure. But like, I mean, literally, you can go get DJ controller type stuff with VFOs and buttons that you can program. The Hermes supports a ton of that stuff, which is super cool. So that's great. But now here's my Mr. Hyde side. I still like radios with knobs when I go portable. I want to be able to do all that stuff when I'm portable, and SDRs just haven't hit that spot for me. I know, though, in my heart of hearts, I know that the real solution, I know what this is going to look like, is when I get in my head how to do an SDR Go box. That's probably going to be an Apache case with a fan, and you just power it, and that's it. You power and network, and that's it. No, not even power network, just power, because I'll have the network in the box, and then that's going to be that's going to be the next Go box. Is who does the Go box that's entirely SDR. You just plug it, you just give it power, and then it does everything.
Yeah, the last POTA I did, believe it or not, last POTA I did, I took the Hermes out with me.
Did you?
And yes, and by the way, the amplifier I'm running right now on the Hermes is the KXPA 100. And if you have any idea with the tuner built in, and if you have any idea what that costs, it is a ridiculous comparison between that, but it works very well. Now, I've got some other really inexpensive amplifiers, that Micro PA 50, which they just came out with some new firmware, and go see Smokin' Ape. He'll show you how to load it on there.
There you go.
And it's fixed a lot of the problems with that amplifier doing early warning on SWR and a couple of bands and a couple of other things. It's a much better, or they've made it much better, though I've never had those problems. And it hooking to the Hermes is like there's nothing to it. You're literally just screwing the cables into it and plugging power into it.
Yeah.
Screwing the coax into it, because everything is driven by the coax. So,
but the reality though is you never really, you can't replace the feel of having a box that you touch. I know it sounds stupid. Like it's even with the Maestro, it's just not the same. And for a lot of people that's okay. I know that there's some people that just can't get away from that, and I think that's fine. I think you can actually, if you wanted to be a POTA person that just activated with a physical knobby radio, go nuts. But at home, I think SDRs are fantastic. I think they're the way to go.
Well,
from my point of view.
Again, and I honestly am getting embarrassed by the amount of money I've spent on this stuff. But I have a little bit. Yeah, I have a 101D.
You make me blush, Don.
Well, I don't have a step IR, but I have a 101D here, and the radio, my main POTA radio is an FTDX10.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have like many an expensive radio, and I do not. I have a 70. My expensive radio is a 7610. That is it. I don't. I haven't gotten to that point yet. Not to say that I won't, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I was fighting. I really have been fighting my noise floor. That has been my thing from day one. I had a 7300. It was dying in this noise environment. And I've gone through a number of radios to deal with it. And that's why I ended up with all of these. But I'm the kind of guy, I buy something, I really like it, and I just can't get rid of it.
Right.
So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, there you go.
Josh, I forgot one thing real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, for some reason my microphone's getting delayed on the key up. Sorry about that. Sean, the guy that I've spoken about a couple times, KO6BJL, last Sunday he upgraded to General thanks to both Gordon's books and your help.
Oh, wow, that's excellent. I love that. That's great to hear. I'm so happy about that.
So he's now a nice General, and so last Sunday he did that, and last Monday we did a POTA activation together, so he got his first POTA as a General in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's excellent. All right. All right. So, anybody here who's hopped into the Discord well, let's see. We hit all the YouTubers, right? I think we did.
Hey, Josh, I got a piggyback comment on Frank.
Yeah, go ahead.
You forgot Tim.
So I was at the Orange Circle earlier today going to the Army Navy store, and on my way back, there was a guy. Well, he obviously had a really cute dog, so I had to say hi to his dog. But he saw my hat, and my hat has your patch on it, and he recognized my patch.
No
way!
Hat. No way!
Yeah, he works on radios in the Marine Corps.
No way!
He recognized your patch on my hat.
Oh,
and
he that's so cool.
He said he watches your channel.
Dude, that is insane. That's great. Okay, that's getting a little wild. I appreciate that. That's super cool. That's
Just
like a by proxy.
Frank's comment there.
Wow. Sorry, Frank. You said thank you for that, Shane. Frank, you were saying Tim. Where's Tim?
Yeah, Grayman Pota's in here. He's right up to you.
Did I skip him?
It's okay. I'm like Josh's the redheaded stepchild.
No, you were next. You were next. I'm sorry. So you.
It's okay. It's okay. You just say it's like my kids.
You're
man.
not. You're not my redheaded stepchild. That's not ever my intention to skip anybody. And I apologize.
It's like my kids ignore me all the time too. So it's okay. I'm used to this. But
Dad, you want to talk about your YouTube now? Go ahead, I guess.
Well, okay. So I got this YouTube channel and so I've just been out all weekend doing POTA stuff and doing some antenna testing and. Did another POTA with the Ranger 80 from Res Antennas. Really like that thing. I tell you what, that is a nail driver. I think is the word for it.
Are we calling things tack drivers now? In the
tack drivers. Oh gosh.
Are we coming up with ham radio gun tube equivalent words for cat driver.
I am really impressed with that antenna. It's pretty heavy duty.
Oh, that's awesome.
Took out I got one of the Slink antennas from Corky QRP.
Okay.
Took it out today and did some whisper testing on 1 watt and was reaching all the way up through northern Alberta and everything. So I was kind of impressed with that. So I think I should have a new video coming out Tuesday in the pregame for the Ham Radio Clubhouse. So
excellent.
That's going on this week.
Very good. I like it. Sub MOA on the Wiggles. That's it. We got to get that sub. What is it? Some minute of angle. MOA is minute of angle. If I remember my terminology correctly. Yeah.
It's not mil. It's not mils. It's MOA.
Minutes of angle, right?
Minutes of angle.
Yeah.
Yes, minute of angle.
Yep.
Mils is a lot easier than minutes of angle.
So I have a really interesting thing going on right now. So here's my HF. Is everybody? Did we have some kind of like a sun explosion? Did the sun explode?
I don't know, but the 40-meter net last night, and I think Evan can back me up on this. It was weird.
And my I do have local RFI, like a ridiculous amount. I don't know what's going on there, but
I do know Dr. T said that there was going to be some more fun from the sun, but yeah, I noticed 20 meters just about 30 minutes ago. 20 just went away. It was gone.
Yeah, I'm quite unhappy with that. I'm gonna have to go to 40 now. But also, I know now that the noise is not in the house. Unfortunately, guys, for my ham radio journey, the noise did not come from inside the house. It is outside the house because I was rocking sub S3 noise today on single sideband. Just absolutely loving life, and I got on the air here to do the live stream, and it was just completely ruined. I don't know what happened. So there's something going on. Somebody's running some kind of crazy device or something like that. But man, we were screwed, absolutely ruined. Let's see, where are we at?
How loud is your lightning when you do POTA?
Zero loud. Yeah, see, look at the 40 meters on my step IR right now. It's crazy. It's we're almost 20 over S9. There's something that's generating buku noise.
That is just absolutely nasty on your screen there.
Yeah, it's so bad.
To get off that PlayStation.
Seriously, nobody's home. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to run around the house really fast and turn everything off. I need to run to the restroom anyway, so I'm going to have to do that. But so let me tell you about the lightning really quick. I'll wait for the comment. So for the lightning, when I get to a POTA location, I'll roll over the mast stand. I use the Chameleon mast stand, and I just turn on the plugs. Usually the plugs are just always on, but I'll make sure the plugs are on. And I have zero noise. No noise whatsoever on that lightning, which is just, I did not expect it, and I'm super excited. I don't know what having a permanent HF radio will be like on that car yet. I'm planning to do the install hopefully before Christmas to get my HF, my ATOS back on the air. But anyway, so go ahead, comment.
So I was watching your video the other day on the SDR and talking about the lamp flickering.
Yep.
So, quick story. A year ago, I ordered a IC 7300 to kind of take me up from my KX3 as far as power. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, my wife mentioned to my neighbor, who was always interested in my ham radio, that I had received a new radio and that I was able to transmit now at 10,000 watts. Anyhow, that first weekend, I had a contest that I decided to participate in. Uh-huh. And that weekend, that Monday, he called me and started saying, your 10,000 watts is making my lamp flicker.
Yep.
So I quickly educated my YL that it was actually only 100 watts. But anyhow, I did get his lamp. So I brought one of his lamps over, and sure enough, anytime I transmitted, just like your other speakers were talking about in that show, the lamp would start flickering. And it took a toroid, one of the toroids for 80 meters. I can't remember the exact numbers, but there's a difference.
Mix 33, 31? Yeah.
Something about that. Anyhow, a standard lamp with I want to say 4 or 5 foot cord. It took all the wraps of the cable through the toroid in order to choke it off so that it no longer flickered.
Dude, they're so bad. They're so bad. Touch lamps are the worst. They're the worst. They're absolutely the worst.
Now, I appreciate it's not my job to do it, but I thought, you know what? It was educational for me, so I returned it. And I also showed him how that... Anyhow, regardless, he then said, well, could you fix my wife's lamp, which is the other one? So it cost me 2 toroids to make them stop flashing for contests.
Well, so one, good on you, because you are not obligated to do that. In fact, that is the electronic equipment's fault. It's not your fault. Electronic equipment like that should have its own suppression to prevent things like that. But that one, obviously, both of them do not. So the fact you did that is the neighborly thing to do and probably the right thing to do from my point of view, but not legally required upon you. So good job. Kudos. I think you did the right thing in the end.
It was expensive.
A little bit, probably. Yeah. That's good, though. I appreciate you doing that. All right, I'm going to take a minute here, and I'm going to run to the restroom. You guys are live, so if you want to talk about today's show or take some more questions, I will be back in a moment.
I had a question in the same vein.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm going to look for high RFI. I'll be right back.
So kind of in the same boat, I found out recently one of my neighbors has an invisible fence for their dogs. Is there anything I can do, or am I just doomed?
Get rid of the dog.
Yeah, I don't think that's an option that they'd like.
They probably just leave the fence up anyway.
Well, it depends. What's your budget?
I'd throw $20 at it.
Wire cutter.
Depends on the fence.
The transformer would still be running.
Are they saying your transmissions are triggering the electric fence?
No, he's hearing it.
He's like every 100 kilohertz.
Yeah, he's hearing it in his radio.
It's
noisy. You can try to choke your radio, but I'm not sure that's going to help. Do you have chokes on all your equipment?
I have an ugly balun, and that's about it. I could get something a little bit more than that.
The way that you're supposed to do choking is you're supposed to put a choke at the feed point and at the radio. And now, again, I don't know how well that helps because nothing I have done has eliminated my noise for it. And unlike you guys, I have no idea where my noise is coming from. I know it's from outside my house, but is it power lines, whatever? I don't know because it's just there's no spikes necessarily. It's just flat, S7 noise and or S5 to S7 noise, depending on the band. So I put chokes in. I've done everything, and nothing seems to help. But for a specific type of noise, you might be okay doing choking like that, putting a choke before and a choke after.
All right, I was actually looking at switching the antennas up this winter and getting rid of the random wire, going with a dipole of some variety, and then I'll try the chokes on there as well.
Yeah, both of those are horizontal, one of them is a sloper, but it's mostly horizontal. And I have noticed my horizontals are better than my vertical. But so I don't know if a dipole will make it any better. And like Josh said, again, one of the things is height above ground. How high can you possibly get that up?
I got a friend that got a drone, and I was telling him about these dropper kits you can get off of Amazon, and I think I might have him interested in coming out.
Another thing you can do, and what radio do you have?
Oh my gosh, I found it. I'll be right back. I think I found where the
Oh,
noise is.
boy.
I'll be back.
Oh.
I think I might have found it. I'll be back. You guys keep talking. Sorry for interruption.
Sure, no problem. The
7300.
7300. Oh well, there's your problem.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
OBF light. What I was getting at is, do you have a receive antenna that you could connect? Because a loop on the ground will kill noise, just absolutely kill it. And last night when we were having all the issues on 40 meter net, I actually was, and again, one of the things on the Onan is I actually have real diversity, phase diversity receive, and I have a loop on the ground, and then I have this antenna, either in this case it'll be a 40 meter vertical, and I will tune it, and it ends up mainly phased towards the loop on the ground. And between those two, the noise just drops to, like, my S7, S8 will drop almost to an S3.
I was thinking about doing the same thing with a log. I have a LDG tuner that's got another antenna port on it that I could swap back and forth depending on receive and transmit. So
yeah,
I'll probably look into doing that.
There is a device that you can put into the 7300 that allows for a receive antenna, but I've never, again, I got rid of my 7300, but so I've never tried one of those, but
I'm back.
That might be something you could look at.
All right, so I was wrong. It was not the device, but there was definitely something I turned off, because look at the waterfall. So, okay. Let me get rid of this for a second so you guys can see this, right? So look at the signal intensity from this top portion right here. And then down here, that's where the noise floor was much higher. The same signals are there. They're just drowned in the high noise floor. That's why you don't see those high intensities yellows like I see now. The 7610 is still, by the way, my noise is still high, but the 7610, do you see how now it's saying, yes, you still have 10 over S9, but it's signals that you're hearing that are above the noise floor, right? That's what's happening. So I did something. I must have done something. Whatever I did got rid of a lot of that. So anyway, we can at least make contacts now. And yes, contacts are coming in.
Are you turning circuits off, or are you actually turning individual devices?
I'm ripping copper wires out of walls. I'm just going hand over hand, just ripping sheetrock down. No. I'm just going around turning off switches and stuff.
I actually bought a device, and somebody had showed it on.
Oh, we got it.
channel.
Wild N8YO. We got N8YO on FT8. Here we go. Go ahead, Don. Cool. Sorry.
So I got this thing that will actually, you can put it into a circuit, and then there's a thing that you take outside and run up and down to find exactly which circuit breaker that is connected to.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't know that existed, because I've wanted that forever.
Yeah, do you want to know the poor man's version of that?
A light switch.
Light switch. Yeah.
He just popped the breaker by grounding out the positive.
Yeah, the problem I have is that there's some circuits in my house where I'm crawling under something to plug something in, and having a light bright enough to show up in a window near where that is just doesn't happen. So yeah, this is much easier. You just plug that little 3-prong plug thing in there, but anyway, and it wasn't that expensive. I think it was $40 or something.
That's like the old tone generator for Cat 5 cables.
Yep, exactly. But it's made specifically for electrical, and there's 2 or 3 things it measures besides just it checks for ground and all of that kind of stuff too.
So if everybody listening right now, I'm on 40 meters, which means I'm not on a beam. I'm on a dipole right now, and it's a folded dipole at that. So I'll point north a little
Josh.
bit. Yep.
By the way, don't ask Don for radio recommendations because I go off and look at them and they're like $4,200. That's just not fun.
Not the Hermes. The Hermes is really inexpensive. It's a fantastic radio too.
But yeah, Flex is good. And when I bought my Flex, by the way, I bought the Flex and the Maestro, and this was their price.
Mm-hmm.
It was less than $5,000. Now the 6600 itself is over 5,500. So they have gone up quite a bit since I bought mine.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what happens, right? That's what happens.
There is a 6700 on R&L's website and a Maestro.
Well, the other fun thing that has been this last year is that radios that we were buying at cheaper prices have now they've gone up. Radio prices have gone up, actually, not gone down, which is kind of wild.
The 710 seems to be okay, or I've seen it for less than I've ever seen it. So I think it's come down a little bit. It was like in the $899 range at one point a month or so ago.
Okay. There's a question in the chat, Don. Where do you buy the Hermes? His links are bad. Can you drop the link for the Hermes?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Appreciate that. All right. Let's go back to the well here. Anyone now? We're opening up to everyone. If you have questions, ham radio questions, I want to see them. We want to hear them. Let's get you going forward with your ham radio journey. Come now.
This is Mark again, KE6WOB.
Hey, Mark's back.
I never went away, buddy. Never went away.
What's up, man?
Hey, can I do a very quick shameless promotion for a brand new product for ham radio?
Sure. Well, it depends on what it is, I guess.
All right. So it's a internet-connected record playback device for two-way radios, right? You plug this thing in, and it can pull in all your text, denoise it, transcribe it, translate it if you want, all sorts of fancy stuff.
So we talked about this, right? So yeah, let's talk about that a little bit because it's super cool. This is actually pretty cool. So give everybody the background on this.
Sure. So real quick, we call it Boondock Echo. You can Google that and you'll find it. But it's really just that simple. We've connected a microprocessor to the radios. We can do keyword searching. So if somebody says your name or whatever, it'll email you the transcript and the text. You won't miss anything ever again. It's still in its infancy. We're not selling stuff yet. We're still getting feedback and putting beta units into people's hands. But you can sign up if you're interested over at Crowd Supply. That's my spiel.
So the idea here, and Shane, I don't know if your ears are open for this one, QFI, but hypothetically you could connect this to a scanner or a radio, and it is smart enough that you could give it like words to search for, and if it heard that word, it would email you to notify you that was sent to over the air, whatever it was you were monitoring, right?
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool. That was the part that got me. I was like, okay. I mean, being able to now, does it also internet stream, or what's the primary function? Just to notify you if something is going on the air?
No, its primary function is to take whatever audio is going into your radio, and it does create an internet stream you can pull up on a computer or on your phone, but mostly it's there to transcribe for you, to pick up the noise. We can pull, it's kind of a fine line. Either we pull out some audio that would otherwise be completely unintelligible to humans, or it just makes things up. We still have to figure out the confidence level thing.
Sure. But I mean, I guess that's part of the process, right? We're gonna have more of this in amateur radio more than anything. I think AI in amateur radio is going to be, there will be more of it, and it's going to be a really fun discussion when we start talking about like, well, if my AI can run a contact for me, am I going to be able to submit that as a log for the contest? Look forward to that. But no, the device is really cool. And drop the link again. I think you already dropped it, right? Oh, there it is. I saw it. You dropped a link to your YouTube, which I'll pull up really quick.
Radio has always been about
Is that you, Mark, by the way? Is this you?
reaching across continents and bridging
Mark, is this your YouTube video?
Sorry, and I did do push to talk. Yeah, I made this video, edited it, shot it, everything. So if you like it, great. If you don't, it wasn't me after all. So
wait, that is you, right? That's you, though.
That's me.
Okay. No, this is good. I like the idea. I really super like the idea. Like, let's make it smart enough because so I'm not like a voyeur guy or whatever when it comes to like my simplex, but there's so many people that talk on the simplex frequency, 2-meter simplex, that I would like to key off of it. And you could if this then that. I didn't even know that you could if this then that too.
Yeah, we've got 3 programmers working on this, and they just keep making stuff up. I don't even know half of what it can do at this point.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
But yeah,
there's a lot we could do with this. Straight up. This is pretty cool.
Well, you'll have one sometime next week, and we'll get you a free account, and you can tell us what you like, and more importantly, what you don't, so we can make it better.
I will. I'm very excited. I'm going to connect it to my well, I'm gonna try multiple things. I'm gonna connect it to my scanner and also my simplex radio, and then I'll put my call sign in there.
Sweet. Yeah. Let's give it a shot and see what it does for you. Right. I appreciate it. Thanks.
And that's my second favorite video that I watched today is my 150,000th time watching Taste the Biscuit. And I will post the link in the description for everybody. So there you go. Apparently, my wife has never seen that before. And there's only meme people that know what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, Josh, Maker Fabs, the people you buy that from, their website is down right now.
Okay, well,
I checked
Maker
on
Fabs to the
Facebook.
Hermes, yeah.
Yeah.
Because is it international? Hermes?
International meaning?
Shipped international.
Yes. I remember, and I don't know if this is neither here nor there, but right after I got my first Hermes, I liked it so much, I ended up buying one and having it shipped to Tom in Australia.
Oh,
if you
okay.
remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So they ship worldwide.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there you go. I'm looking at the chat, catching up on some things. By the way, chat, if you put the word question or at Ham Radio Crash Course in your question that you have for us here in the Discord, I'll take it that way. But going back to the Discord, is there anybody that has any question? Let's take open questions. It's open mic time. Go nuts.
I have a question, and it's slightly not related to ham radio, but it is affecting my ham radio.
Oh.
I have literally 3 monitors now that when I turn them on, they come on and show like their opening screen for a few seconds, then they go off.
Okay.
And then when a few seconds later, whatever computer or whatever is coming to them will flicker onto the screen for a second and then go off. And what I'm thinking now is that I literally need to replace all 3 of those monitors. And I just wonder if anybody else has ever seen that happen before.
I feel like I've killed a monitor with ham radio before. It was a monitor that was kind of like on its last days, and it was probably one of those evenings where I was doing the Christmas light. I think it was a Christmas light live stream, and I literally blew up a monitor.
Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure I did that.
When it blew up, did it ever act like this? Like where you could see it for a second and then it goes away?
Yeah, it was like it was there for. I kept having to restart it. I thought I remember doing that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know. You're talking about like what kind of monitor are we talking about?
I've got 2 Asus HDMI monitors, and I've had them for frickin' ever.
Well, that's probably. Yeah.
And then I have one Samsung that's even older than that. That's doing it.
Well,
So,
how like forever? Like 5? Is it 5 ever, or is it just forever? Like how many years are we talking?
so probably 2014, 2015.
That's not that old. That's not that old.
Right.
Well, you said I literally have an iMac from 2011 that's still like chunking out there.
Oh,
so.
I do too. I've got computers all over the place that work just fine.
Whiskey, can I weigh in with a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I worked for many years in a computer repair shop, and we would see that kind of behavior happen a lot in monitors. And I don't know if this is any help to you or not. I'm certainly not like an electronics expert or a board repair level expert, but the people who did know those things told me that usually the power supplies would kind of start to go out after a while, like capacitors would swell and bulge and just not be good anymore, and the monitors were fine, but the power that they were getting wasn't clean, and they would like go into some protection and like turn off within a few moments of being online. Again, don't know if that's helpful for you, but there you go.
That's goes along with what he's experiencing. Hey, Don, as an IT expert, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Oh, absolutely. I've unplugged it. I've done everything. And that's why I say when you plug it in, it, again, the little screen that comes on in the beginning that says Asus, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That'll show for a second, but even that just almost immediately goes off. And it sounds a lot like what he's talking about.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
What's the source? What are you supplying? Is it doing it to all 3 monitors? And has it worked before?
No, these have all worked. In fact, the one that just recently went out is the one that I've been displaying my ham clock on for like 24/7 for the last.
Well, what I mean, Don, is what's the source? Is it a computer? Is it? I mean, like, is it all one video card? Is it going into
No.
card?
It's different computers. So 2 of them are in this room that I'm in right now. The other one is in my computer room in the back. So, I mean, that one that is in the back is not anywhere near radios. And that was the first one that went out. And so it's the Samsung.
So to me, it sounds like it's losing signal. Like, so maybe it's the cables that you're using. Maybe you need to replace the cables and get higher quality cables that are going to them.
They've worked for like six months in one case and 2 years in another with the same cable. I guess that's possible, but yeah, in the case of the one in the back, I have tried 3 or 4 different cables, and even went from HDMI to DVI to VGA, and it's still doing the same thing.
So, okay, hit me up on this again. So they work for how long, and then they just shut off?
Literally a second or 2.
That sounds like a power supply problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking that's probably it. And I'm not an electronics guy. I'm not going to.
The only thing I have an issue with there is it's happening to all 3 monitors, not just one of them.
Well, one after the other.
They're all like old, different levels of old, right? They're all bought at different times. Like the power supply is probably going to be the thing that fails on you with a monitor more than anything.
Hey, Don, is the power that's coming into those monitors, is it good, 110, not overloaded circuit or anything?
Yeah. Again, these have been like running for, like the case in the one in the back it's worked for years, and I've had it hooked up to several different computers over the years. It's always just like you turn it on, it works, and then all of a sudden one day I could not get it to work on that computer, and I thought, oh, the computer's shut off, and I looked and no, the computer's on, and I went through various things and finally found the monitor doing this, and that was about a year ago. So that was a year ago that one went out, and these 2 have been working for over through most of that year.
All right.
One went out this summer, and the other just a few days ago.
I have to now step in and say this is definitely not ham radio. So
that's fair. That's totally fair.
I apologize, Don. I have to pull the ham radio card.
Jody does have a good question.
I was literally pulling up ham memes to try and buffer something of ham nature, but this is not ham radio related, so let's get off of it.
Yeah. That's fair, Josh.
But honestly, like this Discord, somebody could still be out there and help you on this Discord. You know that. So yeah, it's just on the after chat. Let's keep it ham radio related as much as possible. So anybody, anywhere, listening to me right now, whether you're watching me on YouTube, Twitch, whatever it is, post in the chat, or on Discord, let's hear your ham radio questions. I don't necessarily have the answers, but I got a ton of smart people here that definitely do. So let's take them.
And by the way, I got a new antenna too.
Damn it, Don. What's the new antenna, Don?
I got the one that Chuck was talking about or showing on his thing, that SolarCon, which is a 17-foot vertical. It's a CB antenna, but it literally has a tuning collar on it, and you can go from 17 meters all the way to 10, or down to 10. And I'm running it on 12.
Down to 10.
Yes, it's very wide.
All those bands you don't care about, available to you today.
Oh, I am. The reason I got it was I wanted something on 12. The DX Commander on 12 just doesn't work very well.
Okay.
And it really doesn't on 10 either. And I have the 10-meter Moxon, so I've got that. But I really wanted something on. And by the way, yes, I also have the Hex beam, so the Hex has 12 on it. Works great. But for my Hermes, which is a different, I have two different operators.
I need different 12-meter antennas for different radios. Don't you understand? Yes. Don't you understand my ham radio life?
Yes, and I have a small lot like you do, but I don't have anyone telling me I can't put up another mast. So
That's true. You do have a leg up on me. Well, you got a leg up on me on multiple.
So what are the
radios
you recommend?
Huh?
What are the NN radios you like?
No, we're not doing that again. He had his soapbox. We're done with that. We're not doing that again.
Yeah, we're no more soapbox.
If you want to, Don, drop the link for that thing in the Discord, and we'll check it out.
Sure, it's.
But we want to help out new hams with ham radio questions. Is there anybody in the chat that would like to jump in there? Anybody on the Discord that has a ham radio question to help them out? Come now. We want to help you. Go for it.
New ham that can't get a Hermes. What NN would he get?
Oh Jesus.
Kidding.
Okay. That's it. Then we answered everybody. We're all good, right? We're good. S4, is that like an Audi S4? Is that Avant? KN6ERU. Take your mic button off, bud.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Go ahead. Question.
Last night I got on your net, which was not the best. And Evan was telling me that my radio was clipping.
Okay.
That my audio was clipping. And I went through everything and I really couldn't figure out what it was. So I got on an SDR that I use that's in Georgia, and I didn't hear it. But I did adjust my amp. I think the ALC on my amp was too low. Would that cause it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, so what? How much power are you talking about?
1,000 watts.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. So if you don't. But by the way, you did not test your voice in through your amp into the SDR?
No. I tested. I listened to myself. I live in South Dakota. I'm listening to myself in Georgia.
Right, but you didn't use the amp, so you changed the experiment somewhat, right?
Oh no. Right after the net, I went right to the SDR. I didn't change anything.
Oh, okay, I see.
I didn't really hear it, but I did notice that my amplifier ALC was a little lower than I normally have it, even though I didn't see the light coming on.
Well, most of the time the ALC on the amp is like a cutoff switch more than anything. It's to keep the amp from like blowing itself up, basically. Is it a tube amp, I'm assuming?
No, it's a 1306.
Oh, No, then the amp's not going to do. I don't think it's going to do that much. Like it shouldn't do that much. I don't know. Evan, are you around, man? Are you here? We got live net feedback.
I heard it too, and Evan was spot on. It was basically very choppy, almost like he was clipping, was what somebody said, and that's exactly what it sounded like. It would go as he was talking, and it was almost to the point you couldn't understand.
So you've got multiple people in the comments that are actually saying that too. It sounds like Frank was listening as well. There was a couple of people that were hearing you. That the amplifier is probably not the culprit in the line for something that's clipping like that. It's probably like mic gain or something along those lines, or just your audio chain and potential like RFI, internal RFI when you're transmitting. That could be another thing. Good grounding.
No, I don't really have any RFI issues. I couldn't put another ground rod in the ground. My whole backyard would be copper.
By the way, this isn't an insult on like you as a ham that you don't have a good station or anything like that. No one's claiming that. This isn't something to be defensive about. Like, you're hearing multiple people that told you you're sounding like this.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't a prove it. Right. This is just this
no,
is what they're saying.
I have
right?
made some changes.
Okay. Right on.
I had a tube preamp in line, and I took it out. I have a 7610.
Mm-hmm.
I had a tube preamp in line with my 781 mic, boom mic, whatever it is, the Heil mic.
Okay.
And people started telling me it was a little loud, a little hot. So I took it out of line. I'm not using it right now, and I just turned up the mic gain on the radio itself. Now, I did back it off after I listened to myself, but I didn't hear it. But that doesn't mean anything, you know.
Right.
We're talking about electronics. Oh, by the way, when you did your Shack Critique and you said I had I have nice equipment, but a no-flow station with my old man furniture. Well, I just ordered a 102-inch desk yesterday.
Oh, good for you, man. And
So
again,
my
that's
flow is going away.
That was not meant to shame anybody into spending money. Please, everybody, please. I don't want people to be blowing money on me. If it works for you, it works for you. But at the same time, like, I love the idea of like just a whoop, like, you know, swoop the whole thing. Now,
Question.
so I go ahead. Question. Go ahead.
This actually comes from Jody. Is there a compressor in that audio chain at all?
Yeah. The one in the radio.
Oh,
yeah. Is my audio compressed? Well, I don't have my radio on right now, but usually I have it around 4 or so on sideband, I think. Well, I don't, that's not something I change every day.
Okay, because that or compressor pumping can make that sound effect as well.
Okay. Well, I'll take a look. I haven't. My radios are off right now. I don't have them on. So okay, I'll have to take a look. I'll take a look at my settings. But when I listen to myself and I recorded it and I play it back, it sounded just like it always sounds when I talk to Georgia. I didn't hear the difference. But anyway, that doesn't mean it wasn't there.
Maybe
conditions were crazy
get
last
wider
night.
than Georgia.
What's that?
Maybe get wider than Georgia.
Well, I talked to Utah also. I tried 2 of them and they sounded the same. But I'm in South Dakota. Georgia's a pretty good indication of what I'm doing.
Man, you were strong last night if you in Texas, so because I heard you very well. I mean, your signal was strong. It's just that it did literally sound like it was clipping.
Yeah, but I'm in South Dakota. But
yeah.
Well, no, I've always been told my station sounds good, and that's why I leave it alone. Except for lately, I did take that I got a little I don't know. I fell for a YouTuber's Studio V3 preamp, tube preamp. When I first set this thing up, I had it on a 7300, and when I went to this, I carried it over and then I finally took it out.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it, but the slightest touch of the knob, and you were that's why I took it out.
Yeah, have you seen K1 GMM's videos?
I'm not sure.
Okay, because that guy can make a 7300
That's
or
the audio monster, right? That's the
Yeah.
post process, reprocess, final process, and then output to
Yeah.
the microphone guy. Yeah,
no,
that guy's
he doesn't.
insane.
No, actually, he goes through the USB port, which I think is even more insane. So he doesn't even run a mic into the radio. He runs.
Oh yeah. No, I know.
He runs
I know.
USB. Yeah. But he gets crazy good audio out of that.
I want to know what his bandwidth is. What's his bandwidth?
I only use that for digital now. My 7300 sits here. It's an FT8 machine. That's it.
Well, you can do it easily also with a 7610. But he's running normal. He's running normal bandwidth. He used to
3K.
do ESSB.
He's got to be 3K at least, right? He's got to be 3K.
I run 3K all the time too.
Oh, who does that? Come on.
Everybody that I know of.
Jesus. All right. All you guys with your hot audio.
No, I mean, my standard settings, even on my FTDX10, is like 100 to 3000.
Now, by the way, I'm sorry to the last individual. Do you want to hop on HF? I'll try and hear you if you want to make a shout out on single sideband. I'm on 40 if you want to try and go for it.
That'll only take me a minute.
Okay, so let me do a quick answer to a question on RF exposure calculator. I think I already dropped the link in the description or the show notes, but sorry, in the chat. So the idea with RF exposure is pretty simple. Ham radio generally is, well, no, it's, 100% non-ionizing radiation. You're not going to get cancer from ham radio. At the same time, having people too close to the proximity of your transmitting station and the antenna, most likely, could be dangerous to them, could hurt them. And what does that like show up as? It's kind of like a sunburn, but kind of like acute in a very localized location, depending on what type of radio you're using, what type of antennas and whatnot. So we run these kind of calculators. And the calculator is just to show you that, like, you should be cautious of people being around your antennas. In most cases, people are not going to be around your antennas. They're not going to be hanging out there. You're not going to be transmitting directly into their skull domes and all that. But at the same time, it's something you should be understanding of. You should keep that in mind because it is a consideration you should have as a ham radio operator, because you're literally putting power into the air and it is going to be absorbed into human beings at some point. The question is, like, how much power and is it dangerous? And this is what will tell you is, whether it's dangerous or not. So, yeah, there you go. All right. Let's see. What are we talking for? Well, let me make an open call. Is there any ham radio questions or anything like that anybody has that's listening to us on YouTube or wherever? Let's take them now. Otherwise, we're going to start playing around on single sideband.
Look at Brendan Diaz's question.
Brendan Diaz, $1,200 for base. So, see, Brendan, love the answer to budget, but do you mean all-inclusive, all things, everything said and done, boop, boop, or like just the radio? See? See?
Yeah.
You tried to get me.
All right, I got a question.
Well, hold on. Let's hit up Brendan. Let's see if Brendan replies real fast.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? 1,200 for base.
No, but like, does that mean
everything?
I
see. Yeah, that you're right. I asked him exactly that same question.
Yeah. Okay. The question is above. Okay. I don't. Okay. I'm studying. There it is. I'm studying for general, and I was wondering what good 100 watt base station to get to. 1200 max is my limit, and I want to go on the rig for fun. Shegu. Wait.
He wants a portable.
Wait. Okay. 1200 max is my limit, and I want a on the go rig for fun. Shegu X6100, or wait for the full. Well, okay. So is the 1200 also paying for the 6100? The Shegu. So yes, yes, your question is better like worded, but like does the 1200 also include the 6100? I'm going to assume it doesn't. You have 2 items, well 3 technically. A better Shegu is the FT891 by Yaesu, so I'll get that out of the way. That's $800. You could buy a 7300 or you can buy an FTM 710. By the way, that's like just a straight numbers response. That's just how much those radios cost.
You could almost fit in the 6100 and the 891 for 1200. Close.
You could, but why would you get both of them then? Like, just get the 891 and just have 100 watts.
Yeah, I get it, but he may go, oh, but I'm doing soda and I don't want something that heavy. But he hasn't said that.
That's true. All right. I mean, the Shegu amp will get you to 100 watts, but that's not the way to do it, I think. Oh, EP asked a question. Did Maker Fab go out of business, Don?
Not that I'm aware of. In fact, that I'm looking on Facebook and they're saying the same thing. Oh, the website. It's happened before. Their website's gone down for a day or two, or even I'm not sure how long, but it went down for a while. But Maker Fabs is like they do way more than just the Hermes.
So Brandon came back and said negative portable is later, 1200 for base station. There you go, 7300 or the FT710, or I guess you could do 891, but that's, you said already later. So right on. W6IWN Soda and Ham Radio, fresh to general. Congratulations, and he's got that Soda logo, so I know he's going to be using it on the air here shortly. So congratulations, right on.
Oh, W6IWN, that's Bobby. He's been a general for a while now. He's actually pretty well known out of Reno for soda summits. I think he's number 3 or 4 for Soda Goat this year in Nevada.
Then why is he saying fresh to general?
I think he's referring to one of the other comments in the YouTube chat.
Okay, because I was going to say, if he's doing that on VHF, that's highly impressive. You get Soda Goat on VHF, that is a challenge and a half. Holy crap. I want to talk to that guy on live.
He might be talking about Brendan.
Yeah, I think that's who he's talking about, because Bobby's his name. He has a YouTube page as well. That's his YouTube name there in the chat. He does great soda work up there. He comes over into the east and western Sierras up between Tahoe and to the state line a few times.
So TC Fitz, thank you for the super chat, man. I super appreciate it. Appreciate your support there and all the things. So yeah, right on. All right, where are we going back to here? We got sidetracked with a lot of other stuff. So
K0SSD was the one that was going to sideband.
Yeah, so where are we going for sideband? You want to try and follow him? I will do that now.
Pick a frequency. I'm ready. I'm all tuned up, and I already turned my house to California.
We're all turned. Okay, we're all getting turned up. Okay, hold on.
I turned that vertical all around.
I had a quick question.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me find a spot here. Hold on.
Looks like the band's pretty dead, so pick a spot.
Yeah,
it might
seriously,
work.
it's pretty open. Hold on one second. Kilo India 6 November Alpha Zulu. Is this frequency in use? Is this frequency in use? All right, I'm on 7.245, and I'm gonna point the audio into it so people can hear it as well. So hold on one second before you blow me up.
Yeah, I hear him.
You can hear it right now?
Yeah, I just heard him call it and give his call sign.
I'm not hearing him.
Might help if I hit the right PTT button. I just barely hear him in NorCal.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah?
And I wanted to let you know I got DST Plus Fastlane running, and it works very well.
Oh, fantastic. Who is that?
That's Shane.
Oh, it is Shane. Okay. Voice escaped me for a second. Okay, good, Shane.
Whackers unite. I'm kidding. I love
Easy,
my
Buster.
friends. I love my whacking friends. You know that, Shane.
At least we're not foamers.
You know what's funny about foamers? My sister is the engineer on the Disneyland train, and she gets so many foamers.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, my God. I cannot hear you, sir.
Yeah, that's nothing in NorCal.
I'm not hearing you. I wish we could do it a live audio test, but I can't hear you.
I hear Dawn.
I don't even hear Dawn.
Everybody hears me.
No, I don't even hear Dawn right now. My audio. Well, I mean, you can see I have an S9. I have an S9 noise right now, so I'm. This is still a problem. Well, okay, so separate issue. My own problems. I won't blame your radio setup on this. Also, this is not necessarily like retribution for your system. I'm sure your system's fine. I just think there's probably something you got to look into, maybe, because you had multiple people that possibly need to hear that heard the clipping. So, all right, I'm gonna.
In Colorado, what frequency are you guys on again?
7.245.
All right, give it a call again.
All right, well, I'll let you guys handle that because I definitely cannot hear him.
Anything.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Yeah, neither can I.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I stepped out of the way so you can make a call.
Well, Don, does his audio sound any different from last night to tonight?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't have the clipping in it, but it is kind of whiny, but that, I mean, it's probably just some adjustments or something.
Oh, I think they're making a contact right now. So there you go. All right. Sounds like whatever it was, you probably got it sorted out. Okay.
Comment.
Go ahead, comment.
Yeah, I'm listening to him on a web SDR in Lambkin County Middle School, and he sounds fine.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's in America. So.
Oh, okay.
Comment.
Go ahead, comment.
So I just made contact with him in Washington here, and he was 5.9 plus, and he sounded perfect here in Washington.
There you go. All right, good. So
same thing into Canada, no clipping.
Well, good news is you're good. You got no clipping problems. Whatever happened yesterday for the net, probably not going to be a problem next week for you. So there you go.
He doesn't need the radio. You can send the radio to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he's sounding good in the Mississippi and New Jersey, too. So he's definitely being heard very well.
I've never really had a problem being heard. This system usually works really well for me, but on my vertical. And I only use my dipole for FT8. But I don't know. I was just, when they tell you your system's screwing up, you start getting concerned, especially when you got this much money sitting on your desk.
Yeah, for sure. No, it sounds like you're good. It sounds like everybody's vetted you and you're good, so you'll be good for next week's net, for sure.
Yeah.
It sounds like, well, you're in South Dakota, so maybe your radio was just cold and it was shivering that day or something.
That would have been my 891. That's the only one that gets cold. My shack is hot. I need to put another air conditioner in here, even in the winter. I got too much stuff running in this room.
So
at the end of the day, comms is a two-way street. So if the receive is clipping, then we need to work on it.
But he did.
Well,
He checked it. We're all good. I think you're going to be fine for next week. And thank you for getting on the air with us and getting on the net. Appreciate it. It'll probably be fine next week, so we should be good to go.
Well, when the desk comes in, and I get my shack cleaned out and rewire everything, I will. You made a comment about the nice picture I sent you with my iPhone with the wraparound view.
Yes.
So we'll see what it looks like before and after. Anyway, you guys take it easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for commenting. Appreciate it and being out there. So somebody asked a question. What is a foamer? All right. So
you want me to take that?
No, I can take it. But
the foamer wants to answer it.
If I am incorrect in any way, please correct me. So a foamer is someone who is beyond interested in a passing situation about trains. It starts at that point. Beyond a passing interest in trains and gets into a point where like you are so active in trains, not just knowing them by their name, their call sign, where they were made, but into the fact of like, I want to hear when people are riding on them. And Train Spotting, or actually Train Spotting is a movie, but what's the train radio? You can help me out on this one, where they follow the train radio.
Rail fanning.
Bail fanning.
Yeah, rail fanning.
Rail fanning.
Yeah.
Rail fanning is where you will have all the train frequencies on your radio, and then you use it almost like a scanner. I mean, it is a scanner to listen to people and on the trains passing. So it's not just so there's multiple facets of this. So like if you are a foamer that is interested in what my sister does. My sister is the engineer for the trains at Disneyland. One of them being the Lily Bell, among others that are well known in the community as being, trains that are almost like timepieces, museum pieces. But then there are people that are foamers about working trains that are just part of the service. There's a guy on TikTok. He's got a huge following. He does the 360 camera thing, or he's got the GoPro that points at his face, and it's like 270 degrees of the thing, and he's holding it in his mouth or something like that, and that's like Dick My Butt is the name of the train that he was following or something like that. Like that's a guy who's super passionate about like a specific train, and that is a whole different kind of foamer. But Dick My Butt, right? It's Dick My Butt, right, Evan? Is that what it is?
So I think it's actually pronounced Dick Mabbott, but he definitely said Dick My Butt in the video. And he was so excited to see that train.
He was so excited for that train. Like there's no man who's been excited about anything, but that man is about that train.
I'll find the video. Hold on.
Yeah,
Josh, I'll bring it full circle and bring it to very narrow here.
Yeah.
Rail fans are proper ham radio operators. Foamers are the lids, whackers, and ambulance chasers of the community.
No, see,
they are the ones you want to avoid like the plague.
See, I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that. So I'm glad I went first. I don't like that because like rail fanning is a radio thing, which is fine. Like that exists.
No, it's more than radio. It's photography, videography. There's history.
Oh,
like
so foamers is the whackers of railroad.
Yes,
I see what you did there. So now you are no true Scotsmaning the rail fanning community is what you're doing.
It's always been like that. Rail fans are the prim proper. They respect the rules.
This is the Trekkers versus the Trekkies kind of thing, right? This is what we're doing right now. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing right here.
Yeah. Foamers, they will climb signal masts. They will trespass onto stored engines. They will run into the rail yards to get that shot or that video of that special unit or whatever. Whereas rail fans, we stop at that property line. We don't pass it.
I love the we.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Shane's in here. He's a rail fan too.
Yeah, I am as well.
Wait, Shane, are you a rail fan? I didn't know that.
I plead the fifth.
Shane, I let you sleep in my room with me. You bunked with me. I don't know that I could. I don't. Shane, you got me, bud. You got me on this one.
So is this like the railroad?
offline? Take it offline.
Is this like the railroad version of Plane Spotters?
Yeah, it's kind of like Plane Spotters. Yeah.
Brokeback.
Yeah.
Yes, I do like watching trains. I take part in Virtual Rail Fan on YouTube and Southwest Rail Cams, especially the Stockton Diamond, because that one's really, really busy. But like Frank said, I don't cross the line when it comes to legality and whatnot.
Okay. See, I'm very much an air spotter person. So Air Force proud.
what?
Air Force proud. That's what I'm all about. Air Force proud.
Oh.
So take it to airplanes. There's ones that like watching planes. No, it's the same thing in that community. There's those that like watching airplanes and those that do what they can to try and get on the tarmac to get that photo.
Yeah.
So
someone has a question about an ATCS monitor.
Well, hold on. Before we get there, let's answer this question. What is a whacker? What is a whacker?
A whacker? Oh boy, where do I start with that?
Well,
one?
Shane's a good one to answer this too. So go ahead, Shane. Take it.
A whacker is a stringer, a freelance photojournalist. Actually, there was a freelance photojournalist that got burned at that fire underneath the 10 freeway. He ended up with a fat blister on his hand just to get a good shot to sell it.
But
they
don't even have to be. They don't even have to be a photojournalist. Most of them are just like crazy about first responders.
Yeah, and they'll even dress up as first responders, go out there and act like first responders in those situations where first responders are out there trying to save somebody or do something. They dress the part, they act the part, everything. And get in the way of
they
first
100% have amber and white light bars on their Civics.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And then they have the vests and they wear radios just to look the part. Not that they often, necessarily know.
They're often Skywarn spotters too, which I'm a Skywarn spotter, but there's no light bars or green vests in my vehicle.
Possible they're also members of the React network.
Yo, dude, React is only whackers. That is React is for whackers. Whackers are for React. They're one and the same.
Oh my God, Shane doesn't know what React is. Wait, Shane doesn't know what React is.
Shane should know what React
Shane,
is.
How, bud?
I know what a React team is, but I've never heard of React.
Isn't that like the Channel 3 people?
Shane, I think you're making Josh question all morality and sanity right now.
I have to find. Wait, I'm getting too much cross feedback here. React radio. What is it? Emergency? What are they?
Emergency.
Oh God, there's my video. That's my video right there. I was young as hell. No, what's the this one? Is it this one? Yes, this is it.
Mike's got it right there. I want to feel important. Yeah, that's a whacker in a nutshell for sure.
Yeah, radio emergency associated communication teams. They usually use CB or GMRS. Where I'm from, they're all big GMRS people, and they had a GMRS repeater.
That's crazy.
There's a whacker right there.
And so our Aries group used to do. Logo. Our Aries group used to do like volunteer for like walkathons and bikeathons and stuff. And there was one that also enlisted the help of the React group. But the React group people kept literally using their amber light bars to block traffic without authorization of law enforcement at the walkathons.
Oh, dude, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get blown up.
That's whacker in a nutshell right there.
Oh yeah,
doing that kind of stuff where they're basically acting as if they're law enforcement with no authority at all.
Why are you sending me Howard Stern? Who's sending me Howard Stern show notes? What is this?
official whack pack, maybe. I don't know.
Unrelated.
Completely.
All right, so then obviously we have to replay the.
I wouldn't go down too far.
It's usually always a Crown Vic or an Explorer.
Mm-hmm.
When there are traffic
tie-ups.
If they can afford one.
Shane, I know you're not hating on the Crown Vic.
I used to have one.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, I know you're not hating on that right now.
Dude, I used to. It's a great car, but for a daily driver, no, it sucks.
Wait, call the toll free. Call the toll free number. Oh, never mind.
Or React. I'm sure they get a reaction from the public.
The thing is, all of the clubs around me do stuff like what they were showing, the parades and all of that kind of stuff. And that's one of the reasons I don't do them, is because I don't want to look like that.
Has anyone heard that Baker to Vegas actually eliminated the use for ham?
What do you mean eliminated the use? They went out there killing ham folk, or what are we talking about?
No. The Verizon Wireless, I guess guaranteed 100% cellular coverage on the course.
Good.
So they're like, okay, no, hams are no longer needed. Bye bye.
Good. Great. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
That's not a problem. But you can't do that out here in Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, I would also, so I will say there was such a sweet time. We went from no cell phones anywhere to cell phones everywhere to data very few places to then data was this thing that was everywhere, and then you would drive in areas where there was no data. Las Vegas, from California to Las Vegas, was this like unholy territory of no data. And the fact it took this long that now you can go from, I don't know, downtown LA to Las Vegas without losing data is very crazy to me. If that's true, that's insane.
In Texas, there are places that are like that. If you go from here
Texas
to
is big
El Paso,
enough. Yeah, Texas is big enough. Well, I mean, California's got tons of places like that.
And the problem is when you get down near El Paso, you don't know if you're actually roaming your data into Mexico.
But Don,
and they will charge you to no telling what for that.
Don, unless you're in the military, you should not be going to El Paso. I'm talking about going to Las Vegas, a huge commuter location for commuter people, like travelers, to be going that way.
But guess
Paso
what?
is not. No.
When I went to LA,
yeah,
I went right through El Paso. That's how I got there.
I'm sorry.
I-20 to I-10.
Yeah, that's why you got to see like Juarez, Mexico, and the shanty towns and all that.
You're pretty close to that. Yeah. You did.
I've done the drive. I've done the drive from El Paso to New Mexico 3 times. 3 times.
Yeah. Well, we used to go there all the time.
I did it for
vacation.
Work.
I did it for vacation.
I would fly into El Paso because that was the biggest airport I could fly into to get into New Mexico.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we used to go to Cloudcroft, New Mexico, and Red River for vacations because up in the mountains it's cool when Texas is 100 degrees.
I was going to the coolest town in New Mexico, Las Cruces. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you never went to White Sands?
You never went to Las Vegas, New Mexico?
Anybody who knows what Las Cruces is up to knows why I was going to Las Cruces.
I have family in Las Cruces.
What were they doing?
They're in the real estate business.
Oh, real estate? Okay, different, but yeah, sure.
But I know why.
Okay, then yeah, that's probably also true. If they're in the real estate business, they know why people are going there.
And
by
Josh,
the way, New Mexico is an amazing state for, like, if you're an outdoors person. Lots of hiking locations, lots of outdoor stuff, water. The Rio Grande runs through there. Like, New Mexico is a pretty cool spot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A quick little plug here. A certain FEP Labs radios on 40 meter FT8. I just worked them.
Whiskey Tango 1 whiskey.
Uh-huh.
Oh, very nice.
He's on 40 meters?
Yeah, I just worked him.
Tell Jimbo I say you're welcome and hi.
I don't think there's enough characters in FT8 for that.
All I have to do is CQ Nemesis and he'll come back to me.
All right, I'm going to take a quick run to the restroom again, apparently. And I will be right back.
What the heck are you drinking?
Apparently a lot of beer. Also, I talked about this a little bit, but my wife got one of those Ninja soda machines, and I have a Ninja mango, peach, and coconut energy beverage that I've been drinking. So
you're gonna be
apparently
up all night.
Apparently I gotta drop this off. But I did. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. Enjoy the memes. You guys keep talking. I'll be right back.
Hey, Frank, you have a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
I understand you live in the San Francisco Bay Area?
Hour and a half north of San Francisco. Yeah, I'm right on the edge of the bay.
Near Chuck?
Oh, out, let's see, Marin side, like Tiburon area out there?
No, Sonoma County, as far north in the Bay Area as you can go.
Oh, okay. I was born and raised in San Francisco. I moved to South Dakota 20 years ago. I was a manager for the San Francisco Chronicle. I was in charge of the Sunday paper. I ran it for their last 15 years of production.
Oh, very cool. And Don, no, I'm about 50 miles northwest of Chuck as the crow flies. And let's see, that's Tim SSD, right?
Yeah. Actually, I lived in, back in the CB days, I had a very good spot because I lived at the top of the hill, Daly City.
Oh, yeah, that's a good spot. Okay, well, since you know the area, I would say probably pretty well. I'm in Sonoma County in a little town called Cloverdale, as far north, literally, in the 9 Bay Area county as you can go.
I know Cloverdale real well. Used to hunt out there all the time.
It's grown up a lot. We're now a 5 stoplight town.
Well, yeah. Well, I live in a little town that doesn't even have a stoplight now. Heck, we're 200 people, and that's only during hunting season. But no, I'm very familiar with the Bay Area. I mean, I lived there just about my entire life until I retired. And I've only retired a year ago, actually. But I bought a property out here in the hills. Yeah, kept me busy. But anyway, I'm retired now. Now I live in a little town, and I only go back to California once in a while to visit.
You're not missing much.
Shane took the words out of my mouth. You're not missing much.
You're missing everything.
Oh. No.
Taxes.
I don't want to go there, but they want to get rid of freeways in California, Josh.
How are they going to get rid of freeways? What are you talking
I'm originally from Paso Robles, Frank. And
are you really? Oh, no, you did tell me that. Yeah. You told me that. Paso Robles, you shouldn't have left. You shouldn't have left, man. You shouldn't have left.
And Josh, as far as getting rid of freeways go, they want to make everything into toll roads in the statewide.
Well, I believe that. Man, when I used to go over when I had to drive to San Francisco every day, it was 50 cents on the bridge. What is it now for the Bay Bridge? $5 or something like that?
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh, much more than that now. It's like $7 for one bridge.
It's like $12 just across the Orange to Riverside County line down here. It's like $12.95, I think, in the fast track.
We're going all toll road too, and it costs like $8 to go from one side of Dallas to the other.
Yeah,
and there are people that do that every single day.
Yeah, they're trying to start to do that in California here. I just saw an article about it the other day.
Yeah,
are they going to let you drive faster?
In some cases, we actually do because we have the HOA or HOV lanes, and those are like, I mean, you'll have bumper to bumper traffic, and then those HOA lanes are just like you're screaming 60 miles an hour. So people will pay the extra to get on them, or during the rush hours, you have to have at least 2 people in the car before they'll allow you on it, or you can get fined. Quote.
So when I brought my wife here from the Philippines, we lived in the Philippines. We used to drive there, and if you're driving 60 kilometers, man, you were cooking. The first time I took her to Sioux Falls after we moved back to South Dakota, I got on the highway. Speed limit here is 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So she about like, "What are you doing?" I'm going, "Baby, this is how we drive here."
Yeah, that
you got a lot more land to cover than in the Philippines. So there's a lot of islands, but there's not a lot of contiguous land space.
There's no rules in the Philippines. It's crazy. I used to make my wife crazy when I drove there because I drive like an American. I won't let people cut in front of me and stuff. And she's all, I'm yelling at people. She goes, "Babe, they can't hear you."
So,
but I yelled at them anyway.
I have long time said like Filipino food has not popped off and got as popular as it should be in the United States yet. You spent some time in the Philippines. What is your favorite Filipino dish?
Lumpia.
Lumpia.
And
okay.
Where I grew up in Daly City, which is on the San Francisco border, it's 95% Filipino. It is Manila's sister city.
Yeah.
There are so many Philippine restaurants up and down Mission Street, you can't count them.
So you answered my second question. So my second question is always like, if you had to show someone that is not like a fan of Filipino food or has never been exposed to it, like what would you give them? Many people say also lumpia. But I mean, like, I think that's the same thing.
My wife makes good lumpia. The number one thing there would be lechon, the roasted pig.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't personally care for it because I like my pork cooked. But
what?
But
you don't like lechon? Lechon is the best thing. Oh my god!
If it's cooked completely, yes. Now we do it here, like we have pig roast here in South Dakota. Put them in the pit, wrap them in the leaves. We do it Hawaiian style.
But you don't get smooth skin. You don't get smooth. You do not get lechon skin. Lechon skin is completely smooth. There's no blistering. Like I've looked my wife straight in the face, who is 100% Chinese. Her family's from Vietnam. Chinese pig and Vietnamese pig comes out with blistered skin. It's still crispy. It's still really good. But nothing compares to lechon because lechon is smooth skin. It's completely smooth, like glass. It's crispy.
It's smooth, but it's still crispy.
Oh, I know, but that's the best part about it.
Style,
that's the best.
It's smooth. Yes, it's smooth and
so
golden,
good.
And it's crispy. And my wife, that is the... when the family has a party or something, they call us up and, "Babe, we got to buy them some lechon." I say, "Okay, babe." And it's about $150, $200.
Three pigs for a wedding. 3 pigs.
Hey, Josh.
So wait. So here's my thing. This is what I think is one of the best, most unique things that is different than what you can experience here, like in the United States. Palabok. Palabok is probably one of the best noodle dishes, like the everyman dish that someone might eat in the Philippines. I'm saying palabok. It's a glass noodle dish that has shrimp and ground meat in it and like an orange sauce, and usually has like slices of egg in it. It's really good. It's usually served with calamansi, which is kind of like a lime juice. But you can also just have it with lime juice, and it's really, really good. It's like the everyman like thing.
The little limes are really good. My family over there owns multiple banana plantations, and we used to go there and pick the little limes all the time, But we used it. Man, they use it for everything. God, they rub it under their arms like a deodorant.
Calamansi, yeah.
Yes, the little limes.
They're not the same as like limes. Like calamansi
no,
is
they're
totally
different.
Yeah.
They're not as tart.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
Bobby actually has a question in the YouTube chat.
Please.
Are there any Christmas lights this year, Josh? He wants to see the old school big bulbs in action.
Well, we'll definitely be doing a live stream Christmas light antenna, but the question is like, will I do big bulbs? I've never done big bulbs. Incandescent bulbs don't work as well for my type of antennas generally.
And I think I spoke Big Jim's name too much. I see a Big Jim right above me in the chat.
What?
Yeah, look right above me.
Oh my God, we do have a Big Jim. Where's the Big Jim? What's up, man? Is he on the voice?
Yeah, he just unmuted himself.
Go for it, man. What's going on?
Push to talk, Big Jim.
No, we can free him. He can be freed. We can free the Jim. Oh, there we go. How about now? Can you hear me, Jim? Oh, we'll work on it. Jim's working on it. So we haven't talked much about movies because that's often something that comes up in the after chats.
The Godfather is the greatest movie ever made.
Oh, he's back! There he is. We got him. We got him. We got him. The Godfather is the best movie ever made.
Agree 100%.
I don't think it is. That's all you East Coast guys. That's an East Coast.
Whoa! I'm from Chicago. I'm just saying.
That's
Goodfellas.
further east than me.
I'm
That's
from
further
Memphis.
east than me. I would actually be more inclined to say the Goodfellas is better than the Godfathers, personally.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
No
Goodfellas
way.
is a great movie.
Love the
It's a great
Goodfellas.
movie. It's a great movie. But it's
Show
not
me
The Godfather.
Show me a shot that was more difficult in Godfather than when Henry takes I can't remember her name. When they go through the back door of the club, that is and they get to the table in the front of everybody, that is an unbroken shot. If you go back and watch that, the best movie should include technical competency, and Goodfellas, Scorsese is in top form in that shot, is one of the best things ever. Is watch that when they get out of the car and they follow them downstairs, like they see the line and they follow them downstairs and he's tipping everybody. They're going through the kitchen. That is an unbroken shot that takes them all the way to the floor of where the action is. It is insane. That is still one of my favorite things to point out, people, is like, I don't know if you noticed that. That was completely like unbroken shot. And many people have looked at me and said, like, rewind it. I want to see it.
I've
Amazing.
never noticed that. But
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an unbroken shot. It's a straight shot.
Well, I have to agree with Josh on that one. I got to go with Jim with Godfather. Absolutely wonderful movie series for me personally.
Wait. Sorry, you said series. You can't do that, right?
Well, you can take any one of the three Godfather movies.
Yeah.
Standalone, really.
Oh, yeah.
You want me to take the third Godfather movie to compare it?
Yeah, please don't take the third Godfather movie.
Okay,
That is
thank you. The third Godfather movie is horrible. Horrible.
Well, no, horrible is Star Trek the movie. That was horrible.
I'm just waiting for another remake.
Yeah, the motion picture.
No, Star Trek the motion picture is bad, but it's not as bad as Star Trek 5. Star Trek 5 is
I'll agree with
Star
that.
Trek.
It
Yeah.
sucked.
Yes.
5 sucked.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The whales were way better than 5.
Oh, the whale. Yeah. That was. I don't know what my favorite movie would be. Is probably still Blade Runner. I think it's still Blade Runner.
I never got into that one.
The original Blade Runner. The director. I guess the director's cut Blade Runner, where Harrison Ford doesn't have the voiceovers. It's
Legends of the Fall.
That's good, but it's too like I think it speaks to me too hard that you could call it the best movie because it's so fly fishy. I mean, like, yeah, okay, sure, I'm down. I love fly fishing. It's
what
fly
does
fishing.
that mean? That's
Fly
a West Coast
fishing?
thing?
What does
Legend
that
of
mean?
Fall? Legend of Fall is full of fly fishing.
I've never
Full
seen
of
it. So I didn't.
violence.
You literally meant fly fishing. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally fly fishing. There's so much fly fishing in the Legends of the Fall.
Yeah, maybe there's a couple scenes, but I think most of it is gunfire.
Are you thinking of Tombstone? Now, Tombstone, there
No,
might be some
Tombstone.
gunfire in Tombstone.
Tombstone might be my favorite. Tombstone is probably my favorite Western movie.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, I will give a very strong backup to Open Range, because I think the end gunfight scene in Open Range is one of my favorite.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I have to agree. That was because Kevin was in it. He's an LA guy that lives in South Dakota.
Kevin Costner?
Yeah, Kevin? He has a ranch in Deadwood.
What is my
Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah, his ranch is called Tanaka. It's named after buffalo. It's right outside Deadwood, South Dakota, by Sturgis.
Have you seen the live action One Piece?
Yes, it's good.
Yeah, very good.
So as someone who came down on the Cowboy Bebop remake that was live action, I hated it. I hated it.
Oh, yeah.
The One Piece remake live action is really good. My kids watched it. They were like, now they're watching the anime. So let me like, if you could, I hope that if you make a movie or a video, a thing, and it makes people watch the thing that you copied, right?
Yeah.
That is like the best you could do. Like if it encouraged people to go watch the original and get really passionate about it, that's like the best you could do as a creator. And so my kids like watching the live action One Piece, then going back and watching the animation and learning all about Luffy and all of them. Like I was like, yes, this is great. This is exactly what it should be. That's what I want. Cowboy Bebop, I will fight a guy over who came up with why they should do it the way they did.
Well,
it was so bad.
Yeah,
so
apparently
bad.
the guy that or writes the One Piece manga or whatever it is, or does the show, I don't remember.
Yeah.
But the creator, he was heavily involved in the remake, and he wouldn't give it to him unless they guaranteed, certain things, and he did a lot of oversight on the creation of that. Now, I do say though, I did start watching the One Piece anime.
Good luck.
And yeah, Luffy is just too, I don't know, angry or something. He's just not the same as the one in the live action. But
no, he's not as chill. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he's much more angry and more. He doesn't care about his people as much.
That comes later.
And I've only seen a couple of people or a couple of episodes.
Like you're talking about an anime series that has gone on for like over 10 years at this point. Like it's an insane amount of anime.
Yeah, and I kept thinking that that's One Punch, and I don't know what One Punch is, but God, that seems stupid.
No. So One Punch Man. So what? Okay. Oh my gosh. So there was a One Punch Man is Saitama. Saitama is this bald guy who came up with this like workout routine that basically like if he did this for like a year straight, he became like a superhuman. And so the funny part about all of One Punch Man, Saitama, his whole story is that like it's the antithesis of an anime. It's a joke almost. Like he is the most powerful being anywhere because if he just punches anything one time, he explodes them. Like he just wins. He is the most powerful being anywhere. He's so strong that he just punches them and they blow up. But the world exists around this concept of like these heroes and demons. Like there's this council that elects heroes to fight demons. Saitama shows up and tries out, and they ask him questions, and they're like, "Oh, all you did was run around a bunch and then did a bunch of push-ups?" He's like, "Yeah, that's all I did." He's like, "Well, you're not a superhero." But at the same time, in the background, he's fighting all these main huge demons and just punching them one time and exploding them. And the guy who's like the highest scoring dude, he does all the things right, all these anime tropes, and Saitama just like is way more powerful than him, and he's like, oh my god, you have to train me how to do this. And he's like, all I did was like run around and like I did a bunch of push-ups and I just did all it's super ridiculous. It is the funniest anime because it breaks anime down to like the dumbest level, like kill a kill. If you can still get it, I don't know if you can still get it.
I watched it. Yeah,
so ridiculous because it's a poke on the Sailor Moon trope, where as they get more powerful, their clothing gets like smaller and smaller.
Yes,
it's so ridiculous. It's so funny. It's like a play. It's like a jab at like the anime we all grew up with. It's so good. It's so good.
And if I remember correctly, they're all like high school kids and stuff like that. So they're not none of them are adults.
Well, it's high school kids, but the clubs that the kids are in control the city that they live in.
Oh yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
It's so stupid. It's so funny. Oh, I don't know, man.
Who wins, One Punch Man versus the Hulk?
Oh, One Punch Man for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because okay. So there. By the way, this is the dumbest thing that I've seen that's happened in the last 6 months, and it's driving me absolutely up the wall. There are Facebook groups that will make like a post that's like, oh, I don't know, what will happen if the Hulk fights Superman? And it'll be this whole DC versus Marvel competition, and they'll make all these really stupid posts just to draw people in. And the reality is like whoever has the plot armor. Everything is whoever has the plot armor. Every one of the things we watch is based off of the writer that was behind it and what they wanted to tell the story of. So there's never really going to be a situation where Wolverine fights, I don't know, who's the closest competitor in DC? I don't really know, but I don't know. There is, of course, there's a fanfic about Saitama versus the Hulk.
There's a fanfic for almost anything these days.
I mean, but it's mostly probably a sexy fanfic, I'm guessing.
Of course.
Yeah. But
My wife's
go ahead.
In the middle of the One Piece challenge. She's been at it for about 6-7 weeks now, and she's up in the 700s. But
what is the
live
One
action
Piece challenge? What does that mean?
Get all through all of the episodes. And it started off with the live action, and that was her gateway drug.
Really? So it is bringing people into the anime. You watch the. Wow.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I'm watching it.
No, she's been into anime, but she saw the 1,000+ episodes. She's like, I don't know if I want to take that journey. And then she liked the live action so much. She's like, all right, now I'm doing this. And she's one of those that once you start,
so the anime is crazy. So the anime is crazy because there's literally animals that eat the human fruit, and that gives them human capabilities, but they're still animals, and that's why they can fight human beings. I will say that like One Piece feels like if Yu Yu Hakusho like just kept going. That's what it feels like. It feels like an anime out of place from like the 90s that didn't end, and it just got weirder and weirder with today's technology, but it still kept that same art style. That's what it feels like. It's super like it's super old to me. It feels like old anime just refreshed with new stylings is what One Piece feels like to me.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to watch it, but I don't know how you go 10 years and not find the One Piece, or that they not tie, at least get through that and try to move to some other thing in the same world. But
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't watched it. Maybe that's perfectly normal.
So, Japes, you can literally watch the live action on Netflix, and you can watch the anime on Netflix too. I think it's pretty much everywhere. By the way, this is my favorite. Okay, so here's my favorite. Okay, here's my favorite joke. I'm gonna switch scenes on this one because this is so important. So there's a thing. My wife is really into Grey's Anatomy. Grey's Anatomy. Everybody's heard of this, right?
Yeah.
So there's a joke there's a joke. It's one of my favorite jokes is that Grey's Anatomy is just One Piece for white chicks.
Oh no!
And I heard that and I'm like, you're so right, because Grey's Anatomy has gone on for a decade. Decade. Grey's Anatomy has gone on forever, and they're literally calling it One Piece for white women, and it is perfect. It is perfect because One Piece has been around forever at this point. It doesn't end, and neither does Grey's Anatomy. It doesn't stop.
Yeah. Well, the thing about One Piece, though, is that there is a logical end, the finding of the One Piece. But Grey's Anatomy, what's the One Piece in Grey's Anatomy?
She's the One Piece, I guess. I don't know.
She being who?
Oh, dude, Josh W2 Land is too deep. Still going without Meredith. So the fact he said Meredith, we already know he's too in.
Oh.
So yeah, so I see he has divided his Grey's Anatomy line because Meredith Grey is no longer in it. He's like, no, it's no longer One Piece for white women. So man, I don't know. There's too much. We got too much going on right now. I was gonna say something about the Netflix.
Well, if we didn't lose them yet, I know I saw a couple questions come across YouTube that were somewhat radio related.
Oh, please, can we do radio related?
That would be awesome.
Let's see. One was, how do you get your ham license? And it came from, I'm not quite up to where it was.
Well, so
it came from, it came in about 828. Best way to get first ham license.
So if you go to my channel and you go to getting your license, I have a technician license course you can follow that explains not just the questions, but like, how you go through that process. But my biggest thing is go to hamstudy.org and make an account and start taking practice tests there. And then if you take that to the next level and you go to hamstudy.org/sessions, you'll find out where people are doing live online testing that you can participate in, and you get your license. That's probably the best way. Paul, go ahead, please.
Yeah, we have sessions every single day of the week, except for usually Saturday and Sunday. Every night, the HRCC group as a group of VEs that we are all on standby until that signal goes up. So if somebody wants to test, they just have to go into the Discord and say, I'm looking for a test, and one of the VEs will hook them up.
There you go.
And then the other question came in at 8:30 from Adrian Lampsona. Hi, Josh and everyone. First time in chat. I'm a longtime CBer, and I would love to ask a question. Maybe someone would be able to answer an antenna question, and that's all they wrote.
When did they type that?
It came across at 8:30 on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you still got time. If you're still watching, type your question. By the way, please, this is not an answering machine system. If you just drop your question, that's probably the best way to get your answers. So just hit us up. We want to hear it. We'll take them. Come on in there.
They're still in the chat. They just said hi. So
okay, good. All right, I see it. I see him. Okay, so we're watching. Go ahead with your question.
What's the best antenna to buy?
What's the best? God damn it, Paul.
That's what it's gonna be.
At least it wasn't an SDR question.
Roll a wire in a tree.
Buy a penetrator.
The Astron 99?
It depends.
Coffee and ham radios, Apollo.
Go buy Cowboy Bebop and watch Cowboy Bebop. That would be my recommendation. I'm kidding. But no, I'm not. Go watch Cowboy Bebop. All right, are we all waiting for this one individual to come back to us?
Comment. I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Somebody's
Paul,
typing.
That's
I found
many people are typing.
That's okay. I found it amazing that people were actually giving you pushback that you were giving away literally $3,000 worth of stuff for your 300,000 followers.
So I want to assume that like this is all coming from a good place and they just want me to be super accurate. But like I said in the beginning, like we're gonna give it away like before Christmas. I would like to be your Santa Claus if I.
Why not tonight? Why not tonight?
Well, and then they're like, "Oh, the contest is over." It's like, well
I'm going to be on a cruise ship, but I'm going to tune.
No, but the comment of like the contest is over. It said it's over. It's like, well, obviously it's not over. I said I'm going to end it on Christmas. Like that's when I'm going to end it. I'm going to end the contest for like a day or two before Christmas. Literally, Christmas this year
it's like,
is on
let
a
me
Monday.
be your ho, ho, ho.
Yes, like for some of you, you get a big Christmas bonus. You may not have it in your hands, but happy Christmas for you. Christmas is on a Monday this year. So Saturday, like I could do a really cool live stream. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But God, man, so many people are just like, it said that you're going to do that on this day. It's like, it already ended.
And it
like,
almost makes you feel like, I don't even want to do this now. I mean, it's crazy that you got to go through that nonsense to just give somebody
I apologize
check.
for bringing that up because when I did the confirmation, it said ends on July 14th, 23. And I went, oh my God, I signed up for the wrong thing. So I did it again, and it said the same thing.
So,
old template.
Paul, this is specifically talking to Paul right now, because I know Paul's got the old school gene in him of like, if you were like if like you were a cop for many years, and if somebody that was like a part of your like a collaborator, peer level, whatever, if they like screwed up on something, would you just like call them out blatantly, like right in front of everybody, or maybe give them a little, like in public? Yeah, in public. Never. You give them a little side comment, maybe like take them aside, or like if you had the chance, just be like, "Hey, I don't know if you knew this, right?"
Yeah, I mean, one, it's not cool to embarrass people to begin with, but it's like, especially like somebody who's your peer. Yeah. If you want to lose them, if you want to lose their respect, and you want to lose their ability to ever do what you ask them to do, that they may not want to do, that opportunity will fly out the window. And can't. People are, even the toughest people are extraordinarily sensitive when you get down to things that affect their ego. And it's like, me pretty well, and it's like you could say anything to me, and I'm going to be like, oh, okay, whatever. Or I'm going to just be like, oh, okay, keep talking, and I'm just going to let that slide. But not everybody's like that. A lot of people are, they get into a defensive posture, and that's what leads to unfortunate situations, because people are. I don't want to say everybody's crazy, but when you see the worst of people, not the best of people, you see them go from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye, and it's like, whoa, like what just happened? And it's over, and it's like boom, it's like you don't want to get caught blindsided, so you can't embarrass people.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like the guy with the clipping. He's taking it. He's taking it personally. It's like, okay, well, I spent $15,000 for my ham shack, and I have voice compressors, and with my voice, I have to drop all the mids and boost the top because the frequency of my voice is just not conducive for good radio. You want it needs to be a little tinnier. And when you talk to somebody like Bob Heil, who is, the Mac Daddy of all Mac Daddies when it comes to sound, he can listen to your voice and go, I know how to change your voice to make it perfect for radio. You have to say, okay, well, maybe I screwed up. Maybe I need to learn something from it. And that's what happens. People, they go out and they buy compressors and they start messing with how your voice goes through the wire, not how it actually sounds, and, it's like I did a session, and the kid who was testing, when he heard me, he goes, I know who you are. And I was like, okay. He goes, no.
Okay.
He goes, you're on Discord. I heard you on Discord. He goes, you were talking to Josh. And I was like, yeah. Okay, great. Did you study for your test? And how are you doing?
Yeah, what does this have to do with anything?
Right, exactly. And then Mike says to me, how would he know that? I said, oh, I'm not YouTube famous. I'm YouTube adjacent. You know what I mean? So, if they pick out it's like Don has a very distinctive voice, and he's a very distinctive speaking pattern. So when Don talks, everybody knows who Don is,
right?
And you get this impression. It's like, oh my God, this guy actually buys more radios than I do. That's my kindred spirit in Texas.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just part of what the fun is. But no, you can't embarrass people. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I'm one of those people. I look at you and you'll know that I am pissed off, or I am.
See, I love that.
Really
I love
angry.
that. I love that about people that give me the face. Like, give me the face. Give me the face.
Yeah,
I know
it's
what
like,
I'm
I don't
walking
have to
into.
say anything.
Yeah,
right. I don't have to say anything.
So
people walk in and they go, "What? What did I do?" It's
Right,
like,
right.
no, because it's like, sit down. I need to talk to you for a second.
I got a super chat from Ree Larson, which cracks me up because I think that's a play on Brie Larson, who is like
look at the
Captain
face.
Marvel. Brie Larson, I love that. Thanks for all you do, Josh, to start it out in this hobby and a bit overwhelmed. Thanks for your catalog of videos. I know I'm covered. I literally have a huge catalog of video. With that said, I'm going to go back to what Paul was talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, Adrian has dropped his question, by the way, just to let you know.
Go ahead. What's the question?
It's up a little bit in YouTube, but
I actually tagged you and linked to the YouTube side of it in live stream chat. I can read it off if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yes, I would love if you could answer. I have a Lafayette Telstat 1140 CB, and I live in an apartment. What antenna would be good for ground floor unit? But I also live in Central Florida area.
So it depends on where you live, but so it's a CB setup. You know what the best part about a CB is that you can run a Fire Stick, and you can do a mirror mount. So there's a whole setup of antennas called mirror mount coax connectors or mirror mount coax setups that literally clamp on the side of semi trucks. Well, the cool thing about those is that they'll clamp on the side of like balcony rails or whatever. You can definitely drop that thing onto a balcony rail and tighten it down and tighten it down, and then put the Fire Stick directly on that and then tune it up. So the cool thing about CB, and I hope everybody respects this about our CB brothers and sisters, is that CB still requires you to get in there and understand what the SWR is, what your characteristics are of those antennas, and then dial that in appropriately. And you can do that with the Fire Stick. You can do that with the setup you have, and I think that would probably work out for you pretty well, assuming we know what your setup is. But I don't know.
Oh, they came back again just a minute ago while you were talking. I'll let you pull it up if you want, or I can read it too.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead. I'll if you offer it, I'll take it.
Okay. They say my CB does have upper and lower capability. I haven't used the CB in about 25 years. I did have a D104 lollipop microphone on it. It would be able to get out to Germany. What do you think my chance? That's the end of it.
Yeah, now that we're rolling into the high solar cycle, you're going to be good again. Like you could be good right now. If you wake up, I don't know when. So I never want to assume, by the way, whenever someone tells me like, oh, my best contact was at this time, blah blah blah, I assume that they're like min-maxing the time to be the most efficient for that particular period. Or maybe they just got lucky. They're like, I don't know. I just randomly I woke up at 4 a.m. and decided to get on the air. But for a lot of CB guys, if you try and get on the air around 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., you're gonna do way, way, way better. Just in general for long distance CB, from my point of view.
Yeah, that Lafayette apparently is an old radio, and then and then he's talking about having a D104 on it. So
I didn't
my
ask also
recommendation
where he's located. That's also
yeah, he did mention that, I thought. Too.
Did he?
Central Florida.
Yeah.
So 9 a.m. your time is probably 10, 11 a.m. your time. You're already going to have DX openings early, but the question is, like, when is 10 meters, 11 meters going to be popping? That's going to be a couple meters after it warms up.
They just clarified. This is a she, and she does want to get her ham license, too.
Oh, excellent. Well, you should do that. I don't know. Everybody can hop in there with me. I'm very much on the West Coast, so you can correct me if your experience is different. My experience is that we all believe that 10 meters is a daytime band. Like that's what we tell people, right? But the reality is that for me, 10 meters has always been like the 9 a.m., 10 a.m. with a coffee band. Like in the morning, I'll grab a coffee. Like I'll do my morning routine. I'll grab a coffee and then I'll get on the air. I've tried to get on the air early on 10 meters. I don't get much contacts. Get on the air a little bit later, 9 a.m.-ish is okay. But like generally, if I'm between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. my time, so Pacific Standard Time, my 10 meters is really, really good.
So, Josh, what you're saying, and I'll let Jim yell at me later for this one.
Yeah.
It's a coffee and ham radio band, yeah?
Right. So for me, though, in the Pacific, but if you factor in the time scale, so in Texas, that's 2 hours off of me, and you go to the East Coast, that's 3 hours, right? And so now you're all mixed up in the game.
Yeah, for me, it's 7 a.m. or as soon as the sun comes up,
right,
until about 11, which is about 9 your time. And at 9 your time, it's dead because Europe has dropped off. And so if you can be up when Europe is up, you can make tons of contacts. Florida is a godsend. We know that from Matt and all of the contacts that he used to make all the time from Florida. Florida, if you're living in Florida, it's like just magic. And you're going to make more contacts in Florida. For that CB radio, I would get even 100, like get the thing that Josh said, the mount that Josh was talking about, and then put something like a 102-inch whip on it, and you'll get out all over the world from Florida. Later on, you can use that same antenna on 10 meters on the ham bands, but then when you get to wanting to get higher bands, you can start using, like Jim had mentioned, a coffee and ham radio's in-fed half wave, and see if you can fit that somewhere outside, in the little, hopefully you've got a little yard or something that along with your ground floor apartment that you could
or a 9-to-1.
Yeah, right, too.
But it's even shorter wire. So
we have a number of ladies that are part of our membership on Discord. Everybody's welcome. It doesn't matter what your call sign is or what your chat room ID is. It doesn't matter. We're all just we're part of the radio fraternity. So join us out there. Yeah, the ham fam. Indeed.
And somebody else in Discord had a ham question too. I'll see if I can find it.
While you're finding that, Adrian, you got a whole lot of options. The ham stick is an option. That's pretty small, takes up almost no room on a tripod. And who is it that uses Hamstick Eric? Does a lot of POTA stuff from Hawaii with a ham stick.
Yeah.
That's why we call him Hamstick Eric.
Now, keep it on the high band if you can. Keep it on the high side if you can.
Right.
And I think I found the question Don was referring to. It came from
small lot HOA thing.
Yeah.
It came
That's
from
why I said
Chris and
Aries earlier,
SFU.
because that's only a 41-foot wire, and if you slope that and throw out your counterpoise,
this guy already has a cobweb up at 20 feet, and apparently he's able to do that because his HOA says nothing can appear above the roof, and he's wondering if he can get something better.
Yeah, well, cobweb is only going to take you up to like 20 meters. A cobweb is basically like a dipole antenna.
Oh, and the great thing about his question is cost is not an issue.
Well, so we can put a vertical. We can put a vertical in your backyard that goes under
GX
a certain height. You can probably do many of the HF bands on a vertical. So the reality is like I'm a big fan. Like I don't even know. I don't know what I would be like if I was under the oppression of an HOA. I feel like I would just be constantly exploring the malicious compliance.
Well,
like
have you watched Bob, the HOA ham?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And his journey. He seems like
militant.
He's pushing.
He's too nice. He's not militant enough for me. Like I'm gonna be like full. I will get my antenna on the air. Like I will be. I will be doing DX on an NFED.
Yeah, he did something where he started out in his attic.
Yeah.
Then he moved it to just above his roof, and now he's got a damn flagpole in the yard, and he's running like 9-to-1s and stuff from his house to the
right.
So he keeps stretching it a little. Well, this worked. Let me see if I can do this. That's the impression I get. It's not. It's almost like to me, HOA means like what he was doing before. It's got to be in the attic where nobody can see it, and he's gotten it. He's pushed it a little more and a little more and a little more, and he's got a pretty good setup now.
And you actually have a comment from Twitch here that I think you'll want to pull up. The last two comments out of Twitch.
Go ahead and read them.
Okay, it's from Elwa Links. Oh, wait, the thing just moved. From Elwa Links. I don't think the HOA can prevent him by federal law, and apparently they're a general and an HOA director.
So,
what does that mean?
There's a law about ham antennas. I can't remember it. It's pretty vague, but
PRB1.
Yeah. And then there's also something about
that
flags.
doesn't. Yeah, PRB1 does not prevent HOAs because in HOA, you literally sign a contract when you buy the house that says you will follow the following rules.
Right.
And in there, they have limited the rule, and they've also put the consequences in there. So that has nothing to do with federal law or anything else. You put your name to it, you're responsible for living up to it.
So there's a.
I live in the HOA.
There's a whole world that exists under the consideration of like if you own a property and it's not HOA, then there's all kinds of benefits or protections, if you will, to let you put an antenna up. Like you can do all kinds of stuff. If you're behind a HOA, there's a certain amount of you signed up for this, even at the federal level, that they're kind of like, you wanted this. Like, this is what you wanted. The fact you're coming to us to try and bail you out, we're not happy about that. We're not happy that you're going this route. That's a big issue, but at the same time, HOAs take up, I think the last statistic was like 75%. Or close 70% of the landmass of people that are in an HOA.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge
Yeah.
number in the United States. It's insane.
Yeah, it goes back to the cities because I'm in a non-HOA deal and it's an older home, and the city does all of the things that everybody says an HOA will do for you.
Right.
So the neighborhood is multi-million-dollar, etc. So there's no cars sitting in the front yards and stuff like that. The city around here, and I mean everywhere in this city, even in Dallas, you're not allowed to do that kind of thing. So this HOA business is just so much hogwash. But what it is for, and what they've done is the city passed on their responsibilities of collecting taxes and fixing up walls and medians and all of that stuff. They passed it off to the neighborhood, and what the HOA is really supposed to do is collect the dues, etc., to take care of the common spaces. And they've stretched it into things that really, in my opinion, they shouldn't be doing, like telling you what color paint you can paint your house and all that kind of crap. Mm-hmm. That's way outside of what they were originally intended, which was just to take over the common spaces and maintain the common spaces so that they don't get out of control. Because in most major cities, things like having the car out in the front and working on the car and all the other things that they say they're preventing, the city prevents most of those. Or at least, and if the city's not doing it, then get down there, get yourself a city council position, and make sure they do. Those are the kinds of things that can happen at the city level. But the nice thing about this, just one more thing, the nice thing about having it at the city level is PRB1 then does override the city, because the city cannot pass any law preventing you from putting up an antenna.
I was a bit wrong. I have to correct that, but go ahead. Go ahead and comment on what Don was saying, but I'm going to correct.
Oh, I was just going to ask if Don ever had to live next to somebody with a pink house before.
Yeah, but what does it matter?
Wait,
what
that was
matter?
fine. I never cared.
But okay, I'll come back to that. Hold on, because I love these. I love this discussion. So 74 million people live in an HOA, and if you break that down, homeowners associations. So this is a correction on my point. 60% is homeowners associations. That's crazy. So let me go back a step. So the comment on pink houses. So that is hyperbole. Let's start out with that. That's like the worst case scenario. You got a neighbor, they've got a pink house. They're like me. They got an antenna on the roof. Oh my God! Like, how do you deal with that? But the house still has residual value. The house still has the value of what it is.
And the land.
So it doesn't matter what your neighbors are doing. I've made friends with the worst neighbors, and we have really great relationships. So what does it matter if a neighbor has a pink house? So go with that.
Mm-hmm. But I have lived next door to somebody with a pink house, truly, with a red door. I don't care.
Okay, but to the person that brought that up, go ahead. Who brought up the pink house?
I was just asking, and I threw pink out
okay.
because John Mellencamp came to mind because he actually lives in the same area I do. But in my old neighborhood when I lived up in Indianapolis, we had somebody that actually painted their house like a poop green, and it stood out around that it caused a lot of controversy, and the HOA really didn't have to get involved in it because everybody else was upset about it.
And Jody has a good point from the ARRL in the chat that you'll want to pull up.
I will, but like it's a really funny thing that we wrap our value around our property, around our neighbors. Like that's it. Unless you live next door to like the most toxic Karen, it doesn't matter what the color of their house is. It does not decrease your property value at all. Like it does not.
I think the argument is, and not arguing on behalf of the homeowners association, but just in general, they're for the common value of everybody. And when people start doing certain things like not taking care of properties, or just odd stuff that tends to kind of filter through the community and could
but you're
start
an
running
odd person technically, right?
Well,
Because you have
I
a
am
ham
odd.
radio antenna. Well, no, you have a ham radio antenna.
But so we have a defunct homeowners association in the neighborhood I live in, and we're only about 30 years old. They just never took off. My antennas are behind my house. I've got a cornfield behind me, but they're behind my house, and you can't see them from the street. So the only people that see them are the neighbors on either side.
Are you doing that for the property value of your home? Or are you doing that? Why? Why are you hiding it? If you don't have to, why are you hiding it?
Honestly, I'm not hiding it per se, as more as it is, I just don't want attention drawn to it because of kids, vandalism, things like that.
Have you had kids vandalizing antennas in the past?
I haven't had kids vandalizing, but I was a kid once that might have vandalized some things. Just saying.
That's kind of an odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't had that problem. Now mine are in my backyard too, but you can definitely see them from the street.
I guess so Gray Man, hear me out. Like I mean, I don't know if we've hit on it, but like everything we're talking about right now is kind of like this loosey, I'm like, oh yeah, it's good, it's bad, it's whatever. The reality of it is like if you own your land, you can put whatever you want on that land. Up to a point. I appreciate that for like planes that crash into it and stuff like that. Most of the time for ham radio, in an HOA, I'm always about like, let's explore the space of like how much like little tiny wire we can put up. Because believe it or not, HF is really, really good on tiny gauge wire. That's like the best thing you can do is literally just get a wire way far out from your home up into a really high tree and get on the air. That's like the best thing. And then everything else is like, flag poles, all that stuff. That's like big dollars. The really good flagpole antennas are going to be about $1,000 for feed point and everything else. That's a way to go, but at the same time, I will go with like malicious compliance of, I'm totally following all the rules, but I've got this stealth antenna out the backyard. I would totally do that. That's kind of my jam.
And by the way, the guy that was asking the question said, "Oh, I guess I just have to move." That's not true.
No,
we gave you several alternatives, and the cobweb is not that bad. But I mean, you could put up a doublet. And Jim mentioned several things that Coffee and Ham Radio sells that would be great in that situation. So there are plenty of alternatives that you can do. So, even given your restrictions.
So the cobweb often looks like a clothes dryer from a lot of people's point of view.
Yeah.
So like for an HOA, they might look at it and be like, oh, he's drying his clothes on that. That's no big deal. That's your entire antenna. But a cobweb kind of functions like a dipole. It's not giving you appreciable gain or anything like that. It's not being, a fantastic HF antenna. You could do similar capabilities with an end-fed. The advantage of an end-fed versus a cobweb. So the cobweb living its disguised life is going to be closer to the ground because, well, how do you tell people that you're drying clothes on it when it's 20 feet up in the air? You can't, right? So the cobweb kind of generally lives down closer to the ground. So with an end-fed, you can fire that up 40 feet up with a really invisible antenna wire and get that way higher up, and you'll also, totally not a robot, you'll get the advantage of having very low noise floor and all kinds of other stuff that goes along with it, right? By getting your antenna way up in the air. I would explore those options, the malicious compliance of, I literally have the tiniest wire going into a tree. Why do you care? What does anyone care what I'm doing right now? Why are we having this discussion? Right?
Yeah.
That would be more my angle than like I have to build a contraption to let me secretly do ham radio. Because you by the way, you're never going to be satisfied with the contraption. They're never going to be very good on HF versus just like just throw a wire in a tree and do some clandestine stuff and be done with it. You know? I don't know.
And I got to agree with you, Josh. It's all about the malicious compliance. That's the best way to make it happen.
Yeah, and no, it sucks. It totally sucks. And okay, so here's the accurate numbers. There's a ton of people under the hold of the HOA. And the worst part about this is that, like, in that little orange donut bit is that there's a ton of really cool HOAs, I assume, that are getting dragged in the mud by a bunch of really bad HOAs and a bunch of Karens that are power tripping and don't let you do what you want to do and don't let you live the life that you want to live for the mere factor of some unreasonable and unaccountable percentage of like what property value is against your neighbors. Like, you can't even quantify that. Like there's no calculator that you can say, oh, my neighbor has an antenna in their lawn. Well, there's 10% off. Like that doesn't exist. There's nothing that exists to do that, which is super frustrating. But like, that's just the reality of it. I don't know, man. It sucks.
And he does say, cool, thanks for the answers and the discussion. Lots to consider and review. Might find a vertical hidden in the trees. Thanks for the help all.
Well, so I will say that, like, if you need a community, if you need people to listen to you as you commiserate about the situation you're in, please join the Ham Radio Crash Course Discord. There's a ton of people.
He's here in the Discord. That's all from Discord.
But for everybody else that isn't in the Discord, join us out here. You're amongst friends. We're all behind enemy lines when it comes to antennas and everything else. Like there are those that are experiencing HOA problems, and there are those who have not experienced HOA problems yet. Because if you draw out the line of what was said earlier, that a lot of the highways want to go to these paid for, premium toll road based systems. This is what communities go to. Is they go to things like HOAs. They go to things like paid HOA, high occupancy, blah, 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 speed pass lanes, that kind of stuff like we have out here in Southern California. That's what people default to. It's like, oh, there's money. We could fix so many problems if we had all this money. We could fix all these things if we just locked you into this money. Like that's exactly what people do, is they want to lock you into money, pay them to fix problems. Sucks.
Yeah, and Sphincter has a good point as well, and that is to get out and do portable radio and do that anyway. I mean, regardless of HOA or not. But
the reality is that you have to do both. You have to do both.
But if you get out and do POTA, you're going to experiment with different antennas, and I think you learn a lot about how the cobweb performs versus other antennas. And just that knowledge alone would be worth it.
Yeah, so in that sense, I like what you said. The reality is that you have to do both. You have to protect the home grounds. You got to make sure that like people are not, creating these horrible situations where you cannot communicate. But because at the same time, like, it's really fun to do parks on the air. It's really fun to go out into a location and get on the air. But it's also kind of shitty to be forced to get on the air with parks on the air. Like it's horrible to be like forced to. This is your only way to get on HF, and you can't HF from home, right? You should be able to do both things. And I appreciate that like one or the other may be your preference, but like you cannot be told that one is the only way that you can participate. That would drive me insane. I would literally fight a guy over that. Like
Well, what I'm doing at home is crazy anyway. I've got literally 4 radios with 4 antennas, and I've got a tiny, tiny yard. But I don't care. I'm not giving up. I'm just going to keep, again, I've put like a 5th or 6th antenna in my yard just this week, and I'm just gonna. Hey, I'm having fun. I don't care, and I go out and do POTA. So,
did he say how strict this HOA actually is?
He did not, but he's still here in the chat. So,
yeah, and
it's super strict. He could always maybe go to a board meeting and ask them what the restrictions are or what the guidelines are.
Yeah,
you want to know what the answer is? Do you want to know what the answer is?
Sure.
You can't
get
do
on the board. No, get on the board.
Easier to get forgiveness than permission.
No, yeah. Well, okay. So I am of two mindsets on this. It's either like the malicious compliance, like I will explore all the options that is outside the things you said in the document. And the second thing is I will take over your whole goddamn world, and I will become your world, and I will own it. Right?
Yeah.
So that's the reality, is that like HOAs can only push you so far. The first level is I will push you to my draconian laws and make you follow them. But the problem with that is that their draconian laws also must back up a concept of voting and a structure where people can be elected to kick you out. That is where you run into trouble, because the despotism of their reality of forcing people to live the way that they want to live can only exist for so long, because normal people are just going to be like, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I don't want any of these assholes running my life any further. And all of a sudden, your path to like becoming the lead of all of this becomes like really, really short. The problem is that who wants to do it? Who wants to do it?
Well,
a ham is the person. A ham is the person. A ham is the person.
Well, here's an unfortunate reality that's going on right now in HOAs. They are starting to hire companies to run the HOA. So the HOA board gets together and pays money to a company to then run the HOA and administer the fines and the whole 9 yards. So they actually have the company has a financial deal. And by the way, this was a news story.
You could still break that down. You can still break it down. That's
Right,
not
right.
that hard, because at the end of the day, the company is only running at the request of the board, right?
Yeah, up to a point. They sign a contract for so many years of running it when they do it.
Okay.
So you're kind of stuck with them for so many years. So you can't just get a whole new board in there and just break the deal without serious financial consequences.
I feel like
But yeah, I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Whatever, I know it to be true. By the way, that particular guy that we were talking to, he does have a cobweb up in his backyard, which is very unusual for an HOA. So his does not sound that bad, if you will.
So, God, here's my. I don't know how to go about this. Let me just. I'm gonna. Here, okay, look at my face. I don't think I'm an attractive person. Like I don't come across as being like a good-looking guy. But at the same time, there's been very like few situations where I've like encountered the unmovable mass of I cannot do something in my life. Whether it's like in an apartment complex or at work or where I live. I've never been in a situation where someone gave me that straight, like, no, you cannot do this. I've never been there. Even when I do the malicious compliance option and people come up and you're like, well, you shouldn't have done that. It's because, like, most of the time I think that, like, we humans, we do a bad job of being able to communicate with each other. Like, there's no, like, how do we draw common ground? Like, if you roll into a situation and maybe the HOA person is like your enemy, like they're the person that's going to take this all away from you, and you look at them and you go, hey, let's do you ever think about how we can get on the same level of discussion? You want to protect, the sanctity of this community. I'm not against that, but also at the same time, I don't think I'm detracting from that. So the question is like, what do you think I'm doing that takes away? Because I think I'm providing a lot of value. And they're like, okay, well, make that case. Well, how am I providing value? Well, I have an amateur radio license. It's an FCC license for emergency situations and just general, operating procedures for being on the radio. And I have a VHF, UHF antenna on my. You notice that antenna? That's not that one that you can see right there, but that vertical one that's over there. Now, that allows me to talk to 60 plus miles from my home, and I'm able to talk to people, just not in our community, but also outside our community. But I talk to other people that are in our community. And in an emergency situation like earthquakes here in Southern California, your own community, as you're watching me talk about this, will have their own possible answer situations. You could also have an emergency response. Well, so what's this wire that you got going over here? Well, okay, so the wire allows me to talk outside of our county. I can talk to other states. I'm now participating in the Hurricane Watch Nets. I'm now participating in every other emergency thing that is possible outside of cell phones. And we know down here cell phones can go bad on you, right? So I guess what I'm asking is, while I appreciate that, the bylaws don't necessarily make a statement about amateur radio, they generally don't prohibit it as long as we're doing something in a factor that doesn't harm anybody. And that's also my rule, is that I have to behave in a way that won't harm anyone. I don't want to hurt anybody. But I don't know. I hate HOAs. I freaking hate them. But at the same time that we don't also, like, y'all live there. Y'all decided to buy a house there. You all decided to buy something behind enemy lines. And so now you are behind enemy lines. Or your wife did. Or your wife did. Okay, fair. You know what, Don? Fair enough. Good point.
That was Jim.
So
comment.
The point though is that, like, you know how many skids you could grease just by working with the people that turn a blind eye? Like, in an HOA, do you know how many people that you could just become friends with, you could be friendly with, and just, you know what? Hear me out. If your wife got you capitulated into an HOA, turn her into the welcome wagon. Turn her into the community aspect that learns about the person that works the office. That would be the one that would flag an antenna. Have your wife go, like, talk to her. Have your wife, like, learn a little bit about them. And when I say learn about them, is that you become a non-zero to them. If you're going to live in an HOA and there's one human being like that could, like, flag the line on you and say, like, oh, this person has an antenna. So you need to be a non-zero to them. And what I mean by a non-zero, a not human. Like, they need to know your name. You should probably say hi. You should probably go over there and, like, fix a thing. I don't know. That's what I do. Like, roll in there and be like, oh, this thing's broken. I'll fix it. I'll fix it right now. Like, do you know how much, like, grease I've built, like, dealing with other people just by fixing a thing, like, and making their lives easier? I have been in situations where I've got a guy who hates my guts, but I can do something he can't do, and all of a sudden I fix it, and then I never have to worry about that dude again. And that dude may even defend me because I could fix this thing again. This has happened through my college years, my career years as an engineer. This has existed in every, like, situation. It's just fix somebody else's problem, and then you're good. Josh is blowing a gasket. Thank you, Starman. Thank you so much. Okay.
So you have another question from YouTube.
I don't really want to answer any more questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, what do we need?
It was KA2AUB. He has a question about buying a new home and what to consider for the ham side, not in an HOA.
Yeah, don't be in an HOA. I don't know what to consider. The biggest amount of space you can possibly get.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Power lines.
Power lines is good too. That's actually really good. Yeah,
buried underground power if you can get it.
Yep.
tall trees and grounding areas. How easy it is to ground your stuff.
That's good.
I have power lines on 3 sides of my house.
I'm kind of on board with there's a lot of places that are like narrow but long. Narrow but long plots actually work okay for like loop antennas and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff you can do in that capacity.
Yeah, you should be able to do a loop on the ground, Jim.
I'd have to run it out in the pasture.
See, that's what I don't get. It sounds like you got a ton of land. And I get that you got power lines coming to your house, but how far out do you go to put up a 30-foot tower where 30 feet doesn't come anywhere near your house?
I have a DX commander up in the back, right along the fence, the barbed wire. And unfortunately, it's between 2 maple trees, so it's kind of a pain in the butt to take it down and up. All the clear spots I have are either non-wife approved, the front yard, or they're either in a pasture, and the cows will knock shit over. They'll just walk right into it, and it'll be on the ground and get trampled in a day.
Okay.
Well, that's when you put up a 30-foot tower on concrete. I'm just kidding, Jim. I know you've talked about it before. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's that easy.
Well, the problem is that family land, man. It's not technically
What does that mean?
my
What does that
land.
mean? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It's owned by my wife and her 2 siblings, and one sibling lives behind us, and she's married to a hillbilly who has a bunch of cows. So his fucking cows are pretty much everywhere, not in my yard. That's about it.
So just put up the antenna. Put up the antenna.
I've got my DX commander's working great where it is.
No, I mean, put up a beam. Put up a beam. Let's do it.
Jim, is that the antenna you're playing FT8 on?
Yeah, that's it.
It works great to California.
And I ain't running the amp tonight, so.
Oh, so that was a straight 100 watts.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I mean, I would like to put up a tower, like a 20 or 30 foot tower with a beam on it where I could aim it. But there is literally nowhere on my property where I could set something up that tall where it would not be an issue with power lines.
Oh, okay.
Well, the middle of the cow field sounds like it might.
Well, yeah. Well, and I could probably get that done. Enough. I'd have to, bury the whole thing, but all the wiring.
I mean, just think of what you could do to take that antenna that Josh has, or like Josh has, and stick that up on a 30 or 40 foot, even a 60-foot tower, and there ain't no cow that's going to be able to get to that.
And Chris, Digital Analog Cam, has a good point. YL Racer buried an underground dipole and it worked wonderfully. So there's always that.
Well, but yeah, the dipole versus the DX Commander, he's already got that covered. But putting up something with some directionality,
that would be awesome.
Yeah. Even one of Chuck's Moxons.
Now, and I've thought about, actually, that's on my to-do list, is to put together a 10 meter Moxon.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I've got one up. Those are great.
So I missed the comment on Josh's house advice live streams, but there's some kind of question there. So if you come back.
I tagged him in that. There was KA2AUB who asked the original question in YouTube. He put a picture in the Discord chat of his property with some directionality of where things are, and I said that might be a good question for the house advice live streams that you do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this would be a really good case for, like, send me an email at josh@hamtactical.com and you send this image, but also tell me, like, what your budget, what your ham radio goals are, what you're trying to do, and where would you put, like, kind of where you're going, if you have a preconceived notion. By the way, this is actually a really good setup. This looks like a 1/4 acre, I'm guessing. with the house that's right there. It looks like a small little boy in California. They'd be like, "Oh my God, that's so tiny! Why? Oh my God, that's a small house." Because it's like a 5,000 square foot lot.
The KA2AUB.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
The lot is 75 by 150 on the one side that looks like a field, and behind it is actually the one part's a playground, and the other part behind it is the rest of the town property that's basically wooded.
Yeah, but the yellow box is your property?
Yeah, that's what the property would be.
Okay, so how big is the yellow box? A quarter acre?
Yeah, it's a little over a quarter acre. It's basically 75 feet by 100.
That's what I said. Why? God damn it.
And where's your power coming in?
That I'm not sure. I haven't actually been on the property. I'm going to look at it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
By the way, all right.
It looks like a power line in the front yard.
No, I'm not doing it anymore. Email me at josh@hamtactical.com when you're in the property, and I'll be happy to hit it up. But you got to be there, man, so I can talk about it.
Yeah, I'll email you, Josh. Thanks.
All right. I love it. Happy to help you out. I'm happy to help you out, but if you haven't seen it, I'm not going to speculate.
Yeah, it looks like there's lots of good possibility.
I do like this though. So here's my favorite picture of the day. Here it is, right there. Oh, look at that. I just like G90, little cow looking out the window, open window, not a screen. You're just out there, just living life. I love it. That's a cool picture. Favorite picture of the day, for sure.
Yeah, that picture definitely takes the win here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. All right. What else we got?
There's one more YouTube antenna question, if you want it.
I'll take the last one, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about movies, and then I'm going to get out of here.
All right, this one comes from Jeff. He says, I'm having a huge issue with finding a vertical antenna that can be both portable and permanent, depending upon the situation. Do you have any recommendations?
Well, I do.
So,
Jim,
we all do, by the way. And everybody can get a good pinata whack at this one. Don't get me wrong. So the problem is what you mean by truly portable versus truly permanent. The reality is that we all have a Wolf River coil, a Chameleon, a DX Commander in the pack space behind us for antennas. All of those hit your mark. The question is how much time is too much time to set up? Because I've been in situations where I'm the Wolf River coil is driving me nuts. I've got 3 radials down. That was when I was a little bit earlier with mobile setups, but then you turn around and you're like, oh, the DX Commander Expedition. I've got 4 bundles of 5 wires, but that's somehow less than doing the Wolf River coil at 1 wire at 30 feet and stretching them all out. Somehow that's less of a problem.
And you're talking about his new design or his old design?
Whatever, either one. They're all I don't know.
Well, he's got that new one where you literally build it once and it just kind of snaps together after that.
The radials?
No, well, the radials you lay out, but
that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the radials. The only thing I care about, so I don't care about the vertical. The vertical stuff is easy. All that stuff is a non-issue. It's all radial. It's all radial. If anybody tells you, go ahead.
Well, just drop that. What is it? Anyway, you drop that sheet of. It's not the screen, but it's the Faraday cloth.
Faraday cloth.
Yeah, yes. Faraday cloth. I've done it. It works great.
I have. I'm doing a special assignment tomorrow I'm doing something
cool.
very special. My worlds are colliding on the Faraday cloth tomorrow, possibly. I'm doing something I think is going to be super cool. But hang tight. We'll figure it out.
Sure.
So the reality is that like vertical antennas are going to require a ground plane setup. Like we assume that the situation is like, what do you want to get away with? Like that's the big thing. There's people who are doing elevated radials, which are, you know, a whole kind of animal. The ground radials, the magic carpet radials that, you know, the screen door stuff, the Faraday cage cloth, all that. So, okay, go ahead. Other people dive in.
Chameleon Tactical Delta Loop, and Jody backs me up on that one. Quick and dirty setup. You know, not the tiniest, but it works.
No radial system required. That's true, but you do have to have a tuner generally. That's true.
Yep.
I've done that at 25 feet.
Buddy Hex. Sorry.
I've definitely also done the Buddy Hex. You name a portable antenna system. Well, I have not tried. So I have not tried all the NFEDs. Like that's crazy because there's so many NFEDs that are on the market right now.
Well, we all know that the car one is the best, right?
That's
right.
Well, so
that's right.
I will argue that the car is probably one of the best antennas, like particularly when it factors in the wire winder, and all that stuff. But I obviously cannot take anything away from K6ARK because it is much smaller. It is way more portable. There's no feed line involved with K6ARK. The endpoint is like the transformer is right on the coax connection. It's such a small antenna. It is a fantastic antenna.
But he can't handle 500 watts.
500 watts? No, he has a 100 watt antenna. But so here's the thing. I don't know why everybody's trying to challenge Adam. Like
I have no problem with him.
No.
And for what he does, it's great.
Don,
but I don't do that.
Don, I know you're not trying to call out Adam. And I don't think the Coffee and Ham Radio guys are trying to call out Adam either.
Not even close.
I know. Yeah, I know, Jim. But at the same time, like Adam could make whatever he wanted.
Oh, sure.
And he would
a beer can vertical.
He could get a ton of people that would absolutely buy whatever he made because Adam made it, because he is very good at what he does. So just because he hasn't done it yet, that doesn't mean he won't. Just keep that in mind.
His portable beams are just amazing.
I mean, look at all this crazy stuff that like he takes out in the field and he hasn't brought to the market. He's out there experimenting more than most people do in ham radio, period. And if he wanted to do it, he could. But yeah.
Are you guys able to hear me? I was actually the one on that asked the question on YouTube.
You got a ton of background noise, man. Dial that down, and then what's your question? Go for it.
Here's the one that asked the question about the vertical for portable and home.
Yeah. So go ahead. Let him walk it out for us.
Are you guys able to hear me better now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Go for it.
All right. So my main thing right now is I'm having a hard time with doing an NFED because I don't have any way to get the wire up high. And I don't have a big enough yard, really, to do much as far as radials.
What's your fence like? Sorry.
So, what does the yard look like in this case? Are you on the first floor, second floor? What are you talking about?
I'm on the first floor, but the yard is not really wide, and it's not long. I could probably get away with like a 15-foot radial, but that's about it.
Well, again, what is your fence like? The fence around the yard?
It's all wood around the yard.
So you got a privacy fence. And with a privacy fence, the posts are wood too.
Yes.
Okay. Even then, it's what you can do very easily is put a mast up against that. That's how I do mine, but my privacy fence has metal things in the yard, but the wood ones are just as easy. And where the cross beams are, I actually screw in these things that'll hold a mast up, and I stick the mast in there. And then you get those push-up masts, even like the DX Commander mast, and you can get those up and down just in a few minutes. And I put my in-fed half-wave up on that, the top of it, and raise it up, and you'll take 15 to 30 feet, depending on the mast, off of the length of the antenna, and then you're just sloping down 10 or 15 feet down to possibly somewhere else on your fence, which is the way I did it in my sister's house.
The only problem with that would be the around most of my yard, like right above the fences, is power lines.
Okay, so here's an interesting thought. You've given us a really hard situation to answer, but also at the same time, this is where I would insert everybody's favorite problem solver, ham sticks. So why not just set up a ham stick setup, whether it's a dipole setup or a vertical setup? Like, let's get started there. So here's the thing. I think, and I generally, if everybody's listening to me right now, I try to not blow your bank account. I know that I could just make some outlandish statements like, oh, we're going to put a 4-element step IR on the roof. Right, and I have had those situations, but generally those people say the sky's the limit. In this case, you're a bit more restricted, so I would go with let's start with the ham sticks. Let's get a couple of ham sticks for the band that you're operating on. In your case, you probably can't get away with like a dipole ham stick. You might have to go with a vertical ham stick. So, in your complex that you're living in, do you have like access to the roof? And then like what is the material of the roof that you're living in? Like what is that? Do you know?
Yeah, I do have access to the roof. It's just it's a standard shingle roof.
Okay, that doesn't help me necessarily. Okay, so do you have okay, the roof in comparison to where you're living, are you at the roof level or are you under that, or what floor are you on?
I'm on the first floor.
And okay. Okay. That was not what I wanted to hear. That was not what I wanted to hear. Okay. So the reality is being on the ground floor is kind of difficult, particularly for HF. Damn. What is your balcony like? Not the balcony, but the outdoor setup. Like, is there a metal railing or anything like that you can possibly work with, or what do you got?
I honestly wish there was. What I was thinking originally was I was trying to figure out the name of the antenna. Mm-hmm. It's the motorized antennas that are adjustable to attach to a car. For HF,
like a
screwdriver.
Yeah.
ATOS 120.
So screwdriver, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to try and mount that, as far as that goes, on some sort of post or tripod that I could stake into the ground, and possibly do a small, like a ground rod with that.
So the problem you have is that like you've got like buildings and other structures around you that are going to get in the way of HF propagation. Like that's just the reality of it. So everything you said is true, but the for the ATOS and getting set up for doing that. And by the way, they make a radial plate that you can you can put on the base of the
Yeah.
antenna that'll
You
give
still
you
have radials with
Yeah.
either of those two.
Yeah, and that works. And that is recommended. You'll pay a little bit more money for that, but it'll work. But the reality is that like I think that you should I think you need to be considerate of the situation you're in with your HF situation. There's a lot of buildings, there's other structures that are going to get in the way for you to be able to get out. So anything you are able to achieve, I would take that as like A+, like good job. I would be super excited by any kind of DX, even halfway across the country, I would be super excited by. So like I would frame the expectations around your accomplishments would be based off of like you're already in kind of a hard spot and you're making a really good go at it. And if you're able to do these things, I'd be like, yeah, that's awesome. Right?
All right. Like as it is right now, I have a 220 vertical that I'm able to go right across the lake because I do have like it's sitting on like a mag mount with a refrigerator down a refrigerator dolly, and I'm able to get out to Chicago with that. That's 37 miles away, so I'm just trying to figure out something like because we don't plan on staying here forever. And yeah.
Oh, 37 miles away is not like what I'm 37 miles away is like nothing from what I'm talking about.
Well, it's pretty good on 220 though.
On 220, but we're talking like further than that, right?
Well, no, but he was saying that is his 220 antenna.
Oh, I understand that, but like that's not.
Yeah, right. If
that's
you
not
go
the point of
HF,
this.
yeah, if you go with an HF antenna, sure, you're going to get a lot further. And your hamstick thing is perfectly fine. I mean,
So I have no. By the way, 220 is really good. I love 220, but like I can't turn 220 into like HF capability, right? Like I have no way of like taking one and then being a consideration of like what the other will get for you. So, here's my favorite answer for almost all questions, and it is the best answer. Is you try it, and then you come back and tell us how it worked for you. Explore everything. Explore the space. Most of the things when it comes to antennas, you can build them. Like you can make your own stuff. It's not hard. It just takes a little bit of time. And by the way, the homework assignment is open-ended. You don't have to come back next week. It'd be good a month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now. Just take all the time you need, build the things, try them out, and then you tell us what worked best for you. Because, honest, you're the best example of a situation that I'm hearing for your case. Like there's no one like your situation. Your experience is unique. So I'd rather hear from you than me trying to cram my ideas of what's possible into what your reality is. Like your reality is going to be different from what I think is possible. And I'm fairly narrow-minded. I appreciate that. But at the same time, like you can take my ideas and apply them to your reality, and you'll probably get something out that will work. If you try, if you do it. And that's the best thing I can probably say.
All right. I do appreciate your time, though. Oh, one last question. I notice you vape. What do you vape on?
Oh, I don't vape anymore, man. I haven't vaped in months now. Oh, my gosh. I quit. By the way, I was actually thinking about going to buy one and just start again. This sounds really bad. It sounds really bad. I don't feel any different. Can I? Okay, I'll take a moment here. I'll go ahead. So, I stopped smoking years ago. I like smoking. I like smoking a pipe and cigars and all that stuff. I stopped that and I started vaping. It was when like Juuls got popular, and I loved it. Loved it. And 5 months ago, I think I was just like, I'm done. I'm just going to stop. Stop vaping, stop all of it. I still drink, Probably should stop that too, to be honest with you. But no, I just stopped. At the same time, I don't think that I will say that quitting smoking and going to vaping was the best health decision I ever made. Stopping vaping didn't necessarily make me feel healthier or like make my life better, but stopping smoking was the big thing. Like that was the biggest thing I could have done. I got like so much better energy and effectivity by quitting smoking. Getting away from that was the best thing I could have done. Vaping is okay. If that keeps you from smoking, please vape. Please vape. Your family and everyone around you are going to benefit from you being around so much longer if you stop like tobacco in all forms and just vape. We're all happy to see that. We really are. With that said, I didn't get a huge big like tip up from stopping to vape. Yeah, so I don't know. Vaping's fine from my point of view. Now, what was I vaping? Oh God, what was I vaping? Generally, I would go with like Asian fruit kind of things, like mango, lychee, that kind of stuff. Generally, and I would go like super low nicotine anyway. Generally, just to try and already bring myself down on that, but yeah.
All right. What was your setup though? Like,
oh my God, I had a box mod. Man, I was running a box mod for a while, and what was it? There was a guy on YouTube who made a box mod. There was like a donkey box or donkey something box. He made a copy, not a copy, but like his own version of that. I could probably go grab it. It had all these magnets that would hold all the side plates onto it, and it was a side press box or a side press on it. I did that for a really long time, but then I just started doing the little boys, the little simple ones. That I was doing that for about 4 or 5 months with my wife, and then I was like, I'm done.
I'm stuck on the billet box right now.
Oh, okay.
I've been
so
using
billet
those for a
box.
while.
Yeah. That's it has a single 18650 right in it. 18650. Is that right?
Yeah, I have a standard billet box, and I have one that's heavily modified with a diodes chip.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody to do what I did, and I don't even think what I did is really humanly possible, but I was like smoking and vaping for, I don't even know. So what is the year? 2023. So I met my wife in 2004 or 5. 2006 is when I met Leia, and I've been with her since to now. And I started smoking significantly often because of Leia.
Real quick, hi, Jim.
Hold on. And I just decided to stop vaping. I just stopped. That's crazy. I don't even know how I did it. I just stopped. I was like, okay, and I'm done. And I stopped it. So.
All right, man. Congrats though on the quit.
I don't know how to recommend anybody do that. By the way, there's no way to recommend that. But I'm thinking about going and getting a vape because now I'm like six months after that. And I'm like, I could vape again. We're good.
But just think how much money you're saving.
Yeah, I don't really care, to be honest with you, at this point. Like how much? What does it cost to enjoy your life? And at the end of the day, like I think who is it? Who and a number of other medical professionals are like, the majority of like vaping doesn't harm anybody. It doesn't hurt you as the individual. It hurts no one around you. And if you get enjoyment out of it, it's like, oh, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Like there's literally very little negatives to vaping from what I've seen. And now people have been doing it for like 10, 15 years. Like I have nothing against it. But go ahead. Go ahead.
And for somebody that's never smoked or done any of that, what's the advantage? I don't see any advantage to doing it. There must be something you're getting out of it, but obviously for somebody that doesn't do it, what is that?
Oh yeah, it's that it's super cool, man. It's the coolest thing you could possibly do.
Huh?
For me, it's. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. I have background noise.
I'm kidding, by the way. Smoking is not the coolest thing you could possibly do. That was hyperbole. That was me joking.
I gotta jump off for tonight. I'll catch you all later. Thanks, Josh, for the fun time.
Night, Frank.
Take it easy.
Yeah, my dad always claimed that smoking relaxed him, but anyway, I don't know. I guess I never needed that.
For me, it is like a relaxation thing, and I do like the flavors I use. I have a lot of there's one specific company I use now that I actually met the guy that makes the liquid on Facebook, and he's like an artist when it comes to the flavors.
So the first cigarette I smoked was a Camel unfiltered. So let's just start with that.
How are you still alive?
No, I mean that was the first cigarette I smoked was a Camel.
No, I know. Yeah.
And I've smoked different cigarettes. I've smoked different vapes and cigars. I think that there is like a certain mindset of people that exist in this world of like, I must smoke this thing, and they become really indebted, whether that indebtedness is reasonable or not, to a brand or a thought or an idea that they have to follow. So I smoke Camels, I smoke Marlboros, or I smoke whatever, right? And then they're like, that's what I'm gonna do. Vaping is kind of similar to that in the sense that, like, okay, I'll smoke Cloud Boxes, or I'm gonna do Juul, or I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna do that. It's really wild that people build their personalities around like this a brand, if you will. If something doesn't work with your lifestyle, like, let it go. I appreciate addiction, though, is like the fact that I can do that is kind of ridiculous. I'm not trying to say I have like a superpower or anything like that. Believe me, it took me like years to get to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna stop. And many thoughts of years of thinking after that, I was like, okay, I'll stop. And then I could do that. I can do that. Maybe other people can't. I don't know. But it's not a joke. With that said, I'm going to go back to, of all the things you could possibly be addicted to, vaping is probably like the least concerning to me in my life. Like if I... Well, no, I'll take that back. You should be addicted to ham radio. You should be buying ham radios. You should be buying really expensive ham radios and being on the air with ham radios, and not buying anything like alcohol or cigarettes or anything like that, right? But if you did have a vice, like, vaping is like the least impact on your life. And even alcohol, I think alcohol, like my life with alcohol, that's a whole different discussion. I have dialed back considerably on alcohol because it's just that, to me, is more concerning than the smoking most of the time, and the vaping for sure. So that's kind of my thoughts. Yeah.
And that's the alcohol is another thing that I have never been able to do. I have tried.
Dude, Don, Don,
and it tastes so bad.
It's so crazy that Don's like, I've tried to get into alcohol.
I did.
I just can't get into it. I can't get into alcohol.
Well,
and I'm like, I'm here right now. I love it. It's the best.
Well,
the reality is it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, when we were in college, it was such a big deal for everybody. Oh, we're going to go out and have beer tonight. Okay, I'll go along with you. And I would try it and drink it. And I mean, I've drank pictures of it, but it never tasted good.
Yeah. Well, Don, another level of respect for you and the fact that you got that, like, you can delineate. It's super cool, man.
I don't know that that's really the case, and it's my taste buds. I don't know.
Yeah, you put a bottle of alcohol in front of me, and I'll figure out why it tastes good. Most of the time. Like, if you tell me, like, oh, this bottle was aged 12 years in a cask of recovered coffin staves, I don't know. I would be like, oh, I could taste it's smoky. It's good. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
I can't get past the alcohol because once I get it up near my nose and it starts stinging, that's it. I'm done.
I don't know. I always live my life based on this concept of like your body that you live in is just like a vessel of mediocrity, and you have to force yourself to try things that make you experience life like harder. So like I'm gonna eat the spiciest foods I can get. I'm gonna eat the weirdest foods that I can get. I'm gonna try the weirdest alcohols I can get. And now I don't do drugs. That's the one thing I don't really do because I don't like being out of control. But I'm all about like having these, wild experiences in the rational space. Like that's kind of my big thing. But I don't know. Now I'm feeling like maybe I go back to vaping. I don't know. I did like vaping a lot, so maybe I'd go back.
Well,
what's your favorite hard liquor?
Favorite hard liquor is probably I am simultaneously a huge bourbon fan. God, I love bourbon. I love bourbon so much. But not not super sweet. So that's the thing. So that's the problem with bourbon is that most bourbon comes in with a high sugar content. And if you contrast that to my second favorite, which is like an Islay Scotch. An Islay Scotch is like the polar opposite of my alcohol preferences. Islay is so peaty, so strongly smoky, to the point that if you drink a glass of it, you smell like you were hanging around a campfire for like 6 hours.
The only way to do it, mate.
Nah, I love scotches, but that's like a special treat, right? Most scotches for me are probably like I would split between like my favorite is a bourbon and probably like a Speyside, like a good Speyside, scotch. Isla is probably a special treat, but I love Isla.
So you'd probably be like a Lefroy guy as far as scotch.
I do, but Lafroig is fine, but Lagavulin is probably my favorite distillery out of that area.
I'm more, as far as that goes, I am a whiskey, scotch, and bourbon guy. Favorite bourbon,
whiskey,
probably.
I want a scotch. I want a beer. That whole thing.
Favorite bourbon, probably Taylor.
Okay.
I love, as far as scotches go, the Glenfiddich line.
Sure. Yeah, good stuff.
And another bourbon is Bibb and Tucker.
I don't think I've had that.
I originally got it because of the bottle, because I loved the design of the bottle.
Cool.
It looks like an old-fashioned raised embossed glass, but it turns out what's inside is even better for me. Like, I love it. My collection right now, I probably have 20 different bottles, but it's all, some of them aren't even opened. Like, I have this year's Evan Williams small batch. It's their military line.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know what that means. Military line. What does that mean?
So every year they select a certain amount of veterans that they all collaborate. Those veterans collaborate and design a flavor. Like, they design a whiskey. Mm-hmm. They're able to choose the blend, choose the bottle or the labeling, and instead of the company going for it and designing it, the veterans do.
Oh, that's cool.
And a lot of the proceeds from those bottles go to different veterans organizations.
Oh, that's really cool. So I will say that my best bourbon experience is a Pappy Van Winkle experience, and it was Matt, who is one of the admins on the Discord. So Matt, before he was an admin and before COVID, back in 2019, I had this really good experience with a ton of hams. We did a backpacking trip. So Sterling, Kyle, Jason, right? All the big guys that we, are out there right now. Chuck, right? All these guys, they all came down to Southern California, and we hiked up to Pacifico Mountain. We hiked up to Pacifico, and a lot of people struggled to get up to the top. Chuck was, I think, so going back in time, I think Chuck might have had COVID because it was literally 2019 in November. It was pretty wild. Don't anybody tell Chuck, but I don't know, at the same time he would disagree with me. We had this amazing time just hanging out, and very late on Saturday, Matt pulled out like 3 tubes of Pappy Van Winkle. And at that point, I had not had Pappy Van Winkle. And while I would put that probably very high on my list of bourbon, the problem is that it's not reasonably accessible to everybody, like to most human beings, that I would be like, yes, this should be the thing that you go after, right? So as much as it was really good, it's too much for the common man, myself included. I'm not going to pay that much for a bottle of Pappy. But we had a really good time, and thank you, Matt, for sharing all of that with us. That was very, very good. But yeah, that was 2019, man. That was in the record books for sure.
As far as Pappy goes, that is one of my, that's one bourbon I do want to try. But I'm not going to go out and spend like $2,000 for a bottle.
Right. Yeah. Because back then it was like $300. That was the taste we had was like $300. That was not a big deal. But now it's insane.
If you can find it, like that's the standard retail price though of Pappy.
Now.
If I'm gonna find a bottle of that, I'm gonna buy it for that $300. And then I'm going to turn around, drive down to Louisville, Kentucky, and I'm going to take it to, there's a bourbon store down there that will buy it from you. And I'm going to make some money off that. It's more of an investment at that point.
Yeah, so, boy, I don't want to get into the whole speculation market. So buying a bottle of Pappy is... it's semi-lottery, it's semi where you place yourself to get it. But I'm not going to get into a whole capitalism argument or anything like that right now, but Pappy is selling itself at a lower price, and then people are buying Pappy and they're reselling it at huge markups. I would rather that money go back to Pappy to make more Pappy than these resellers that are just fleecing people on the resale market. That would be that would be what I would prefer, but here we are.
There should be more Pappy out on the market now. I don't know if you've heard, not too long ago, they arrested one of the people that worked at their actual distillery that was stealing out the back door. They caught him with a actual barrel of it.
That's insane.
And they caught him with cases of it too.
All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap up here. So let's let's take this question from up north. What challenges would you expect operating ham radio north of the 60-second parallel? Best worst bands, any tips to maximize DX? 60-second parallel, that's not North Korea, is it? What is the 60-second parallel? Is that like Antarctic or you're challenging me. You're putting me on the spot here. So what is the 60-second parallel? Somebody in the Discord hit me. Or on the YouTube. Go ahead.
Yeah, just above the Arctic Circle.
Oh, just above the Arctic Circle? So the Arctic Circle, that's a whole nother problem base, because so go into that expecting that nothing you do is going to be good, right? Almost. Because there's no really good situation where that is like killing it in propagation, because we'd be making HF contacts to the North Pole and the South Pole all the time, right? So the best thing you can do is just like have a weather resistant antenna and get it on the air and try and get some good power behind it. The reality is that like it's probably not going to be that great.
That would be like Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, Alaska.
This is even more north than that. Like if you're talking North Pole, I'm expecting like super cold temperatures, because OH8 STN is on the air on HF. He's on the air all the time, right? And he's a good setup. So I'm not taking anything away from his setup, right? But like if you go further than that, you're talking about like cold resistance to a level that like most people don't have to deal with, right? So I don't know how to answer your question. I think that's probably the first thing I should say, is that temperature resistant materials is going to be a huge factor in your antenna setup. But also probably, well, I don't know. So I was going to say,
Full send, just run bare copper.
I mean, yeah, if you run bad copper, you're going to heat everything up and it's going to melt all the ice off, and then you're going to be able to use it. No, that's not efficient. Yeah. I know where you were going with that. I was thinking that in my head when I said, "Oh, hold on a second," but I don't think that's the right answer. I think the right answer is that you build the antenna appropriately for the materials in the cold environment, and you use that antenna effectively, but you don't like try and min-max cold. Because obviously the cold snap of going from transmitting to not transmitting is going to long-term damage the antenna, right? So it would be better if we figure out an option for those climates. I don't know that it exists, though. That's the thing. Yeah.
KK7 OTD.
Go ahead, man. This is the last question, I think. We're gonna take this. Go ahead.
Not a question as much as just a really quick comment. Just wanted to say thank you for everything you do for the community, and
thank you, man.
I tested through your group, and I just got a Xiegu freaking G90 that I got off of your the buy sell on your Discord.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you literally got a buy sell trade and you got it and it was good? Everything's straight?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's awesome.
Because I couldn't I had to update the firmware because I couldn't transmit on 10 meters on upper sideband, which one of the guys in your ham help channel told me to update the firmware, and I went and did that. So it's kind of like Grand Central Station, but
that's awesome.
But I made I built a speaker wire dipole.
All right.
plumbing tee and took it to a park and wasn't able to transmit, so no contacts. But I heard a guy that was contesting in Japan, and for reference, I'm CN87, so Seattle, King County, that area.
Nice. Good for you, man. That's
yeah,
awesome.
So it was that feeling of just being hooked. It was like, holy. Yeah, I've watched a ton of your content and everything, and I know it's late, and I know because I'm trying to go to bed, but I wanted to just kind of pop in and say thanks and keep up the great work, and really appreciate it.
I appreciate you taking the time to say that. That means a lot to me, and I think I can all say, amongst all the other hams, we're happy you're out there because you're just another person for us to make contacts to, and that's what we want. We want more people on these bands, and I love the fact that with your antenna setup that you could hear Japan before you were even ready to call back to them. That's what you want, right? That's my personal belief is I want really strong people out there receiving. I want really good receivers. And, if your transmit is not as strong as your receiver, that's exactly what we want. We want to hear more than we can transmit. So sounds like you're already there. I'm really excited for you. That's really awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Roger that. 7-3 to you, and I'd be happy to share a picture of this monstrosity that I.
Dude, yeah, drop it in the hashtag livestream-chat channel. Yeah, we'll all see it, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I literally, those at parks you see them a lot, like the wooden bollards.
Okay.
I had a 10-foot piece of 3/4 conduit, and I literally combined a bunch of freaking zip ties and zip tied this thing to the parking bollard. So
yeah. Well, we got to get you a little bit more stable and consistent on your antenna deployment. But yes, you already achieved success from my point of view for receiving. So good job. We got to get you a little tripod set up or, a telescoping mast in a tree or something along those lines. Remember, height makes might. So make sure you get your height up as much as possible. It's going to be good.
Absolutely. And I just words are hard. It's late. I just put I just put the picture in live stream. It's not the prettiest thing ever, but you know what? It worked.
Again, Andrew, thank you so much for sharing that. Really, really cool that you did that. And the door's just opening for you. Get in there, get active on POTA. Pacific Northwest has a lot of POTA sites that you can get active on. We need you. We need you out there getting active on POTA or just being a chaser, getting out there and doing what you can do. Super cool. So I appreciate you joining the ranks. That's what this is all about. Literally, if I could end a live stream with this type of discussion every week, I'd go to bed every night thinking I was doing something. But this night in particular, I'm going to go to bed thinking I did something here by you, saying you got started with it. So that means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Well, that'll be the end of it, I think. I could not pick a better place to wrap all this up on. So everybody on the Discord, I appreciate you. I really do. We're pretty much at the last little bit, but you all mean a lot to me. I really do appreciate you taking the time. So 73 to everybody there, and take it easy.
Yeah, 73, Josh. It was good.
Have a good night, Josh. Thank you for all your help.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you. And I'm wrapping up over there, but remember the Discord. Please don't use me as I cannot be the solution to problems. I can't. I know that. That's why the Discord exists. The Discord is literally your path to problem solution. Even if you don't have a problem right now, just go ahead and join the Discord. I promise you that even if you have the subtlest of problem and the biggest of problem, you cannot walk into a more welcoming group of people that will help you to solve any of your problems with amateur radio. Prove me wrong. Literally, prove me wrong. tell me that you had a bad experience. I would love to hear it because I just haven't seen it. All right. Everybody, I am going to wrap things up. I think my family's still gone, so you know what that means. That's Josh's time to go get in front of the TV and just rewind, relax. I get in front of the TV once a night. It's literally after this live stream that I'm just going to go chill. Wait. Okay. I will say a thing. If everybody's still listening, I don't know if you're still watching. 30 coins from HBO is one of the coolest shows I've seen in a while. It is all in Spanish and like España Spanish, like Spain Spanish. I don't know what the hell is going on a lot of the times, but I will say that it reminds me of like American Horror Story before it got like super mainstream. 30 coins is crazy. And it's crazy because it makes you feel like you're crazy for thinking that there's something going on that isn't going on. And that's what's super cool. All right, guys, I am heading out. Please enjoy the memes. Good night. Take it easy. See you.